Got my teacher.
You're rocking with the best.
Started out with a stack of bills, hand-me-down suit, no fancy skills. Library card, late night, cheap coffee, highlight ink on every page he copied. No letters on the wall, just notes on the floor. Scratch math running down the old front door. Every question that the others left fade, he turned into a rule and a plan he made. Time to start to teacher, build it all from broken pieces. Read the books, the words got weaker. Turn confusion into secret.
You're rocking with the best.
Who's the man behind the speakers? Tell them that's my quiet leader. Time to start a teacher's teacher. He can turn a red line black in a week. Balance out the numbers while he barely speaks. Spreadsheets open like a map of his mind. Sees a hidden pattern where the rest go blind. Court dates circled in a second-hand phone. Drafts every filing like it's carved in stone. Plain white paper, but the case shines through. Judge starts seeing what he already knew. Time to start the teacher. Build it all from broken pieces. Read the code, got clearer. Found the cracks and closed the leaks in every form, each line, each feature. He's a quiet, heavy thinker. Tell him that's my steady leader. Time to start the teacher's teacher. Oh, no cap, no down, no.
You're rocking with the best.
But he wrote every page he earned. Self-taught, self-made, self-drive. That fire turned out into something higher. We don't just follow, we climb behind him. He draws a map, we rise inside it. Time to start the teacher's teacher. Build it all from broken pieces. Turn those late night scrolls, research into freedom, into defense. When they ask who shapes the future, who we call when things get deeper, we just point and say our leader. Time to start the teacher's teacher. Started with a stack of bills, now he's signing better deals.
You're
From the
rocking
back
with the
row to the
best.
speaker, time to start the teacher's teacher.
But they were in his classes. They didn't even know. They had to Google it while we was live. So you're teaching people about Forms 1099B and none of them knows the regulations that govern them? But as soon as I bring it out, now people want to start reading the regulations. I swear to God, when I say I'm your teacher's teacher, I'm your teacher's teacher.
You're rocking with the best.
The question is, if all these gurus on social media got the sauce, why aren't they attracting professionals? Professionals in those fields where they could come back and be like, yeah, what he's saying is absolutely right. None of them got professionals behind them, so it's all a theory. It's a belief system. That's all it is. They ain't got no professional they could be like, yo, you're right. None of them. They don't give a damn about what, someone on TikTok and social media.
It is that I want to tell the class and whoever that's listening is that if you pay attention to the things that he teaches in this class and start taking notes, do your homework. Do your homework. You know, he can only lead a horse to water, but he can't make it drink. You have to drink yourself. Missed 85% of the classes and stuff, but I had the core things and the core principles down, and I read whatever he put out there. I throw it on my iPad and just start scrolling and reading, scrolling.
Who securitize their contracts or receivables? Why is it that all of them follow the same so-called rules? They all use the same script. They all file the same forms. They file all the regulatory form. Now, they may be deceptive as hell on those contracts, but why is it that If this was so many different ways to skin the cat, why are all of them following the same method? If it was 20 different ways to skin the cat, why is all of them following?
That's my teacher's teacher. That's my teacher's teacher, my God. He's a genius. Finance. Court filings. He really got the ball rolling. Hey.
He don't have no background, it's all self-taught. These online gurus, they all copy his style. He said, Thomas, lead the team, let's go to the top. Thomas, lead the team, let's go to the Thomas, lead the team, let's go to the top.
You're
Thomas,
rocking with
lead the
the
team, let's go to the
best.
top. Thomas, let's go to the top. Thomas, lead the team, let's go to the top. Thomas, lead the team, let's go to the top. Oh.
Welcome to the New Culture Empire livestream broadcasting live on YouTube. In today's session, we will be reviewing a court case involving an attorney and the use of AI. Also, we will be reviewing another wet ink signature claim. Please be advised that all opinions of Thomas are his own and are in no way to provide legal assistance and assumes no liability for any actions, results, or outcomes from the opinions expressed in this live stream. If you are interested in legal assistance, please send an email to thomaslegacy603@gmail.com. All services offered will be available upon request. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the New Culture Empire on all major social media platforms. And don't forget to subscribe to the new channel, Drama News, exclusively on YouTube.
Run it up, running in bang. Whipping up, he got sauce in my hand. She rolling the dice, got luck in that van. Smoking that leaf, going global stand. On my wrist like a stage, I can't glance. You look like you wanna let go straight. What's up? I thought so, okay. I'm back in the symphony, stuck on the band. What's up? I thought.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
I've seen it. I've seen the comments on TikTok. You don't know what you talk about. You misguided. You wrong. Courts are Admiralty. Courts are maritime. No, you're wrong. Hey, I know one thing. I didn't know that would get so much attention, that video on TikTok when we were discussing Admiralty. But one thing that if you don't know, or you should have realized, is in that video, I actually dropped the Admiralty statue. I dropped the Admiralty statue. But they glossed over that. And then I said, okay, if I'm wrong, show me that you got pulled over. And what's the normal reason? Okay, traffic ticket. Let's say you got traffic ticket, fines, driving on suspended, got pulled over, license not registered, and all that, right? And all I said was, hey, if I'm wrong, show me that you raised this argument in court and you won off that argument. Out of over 80, 90 comments on that video, do you know not one detractor or adversary or anyone who took an opposing view actually answered the bell? Actually said, Here's my arguments. Here's my case dismissed because I argued that criminal courts are really admiralty and maritime. So what does that mean? What do I always say? It's nothing more than a belief system and a theory to these people. They don't even believe it themselves. They don't truly stand on it. Everybody that's out here that's talking this admiralty jurisdiction, I don't got to have my courts registered. I tell you this. I will tell you this. If you were so happy to rear end one of them, I mean, someone, a normal, everyday thinking citizen who has insurance and their vehicle is registered the proper way and they got Geico, since they don't deal with corporations, remember, corporations aren't only allowed to deal with other corporations. Corporations can't deal with private individuals, right? Okay, so we're gonna make you stand on that, right? How much do you want to bet that if someone was to rear end them and the person that rear end them was 100% fully liability, all that, right? How much do you think that these same people that come online talking this sovereign, these L's, these bays, these patriots, these redemptionists, these American nationals, these sovereign to the land, indigenous to the land, Siri jurists, how much you want to bet that all of those people will be taking down the other party's insurance information and suing their insurance? How much you want to bet they won't be giving them a fee schedule? Uh-oh, we're going to talk about it today. They're not going to give them a fee schedule because TikTok, y'all going to learn. And a lot of you are going to learn the hard way. I'm not your flash buy pan over the night. I just didn't pop out of nowhere. Oh no, I just didn't pop out of nowhere. So, and I've been around long enough to know that every single person who is so bent on the feds, the Moorish Americans, the Patriot Redemption, whatever you want to call it, those are the ones that chase the fiat currency, Federal Reserve notes more than people who don't have that ideology. They're the ones who chase it the most. They're the ones who are money hungry the most. Because before we get into this Admiralty talk today, I always found it interesting how these same teachers always accept the same money that they say has no value. It's just a piece of paper. It has no value. It has no worth. It has nothing. But they will accept that same species of currency and go pay their bills with it while they'll give you a fraudulent instrument to go pay your bills with it. I find that very interesting. And you, international promissory note, Miss Diamond Bay, your ass is coming about them clouds today too, girl. Oh, I ain't forgetting about your ass is coming about them clouds too today, girl. Yeah, let's get into it. Your ass is coming about them clouds today too, girl. I got something for your international promissory note, getting the titles and the vehicles back to your car. I remember, girl, I got memory like an elephant. I don't forget nothing. And shout out to her. She wasn't being disrespectful. She was not being disrespectful at all. She wasn't. She was just defending her position. So I'm not going to blame her 100%. But Diamond Bay, I need to tell you this. Just as much as I can take it, I can dish it out. But I would tell you this, ma'am, you did not get your vehicles back 100% free and clear with the international promissory note. I just want to tell you that because you was accepting people's emails, you was accepting people's money, flashing through those documents like you won, and you said you had the title and you showed the title in your live. I don't know if you reposted the live, but ma'am, you had the application of title. You didn't have the certificate of title, and you moved fast so people wouldn't see it. But I caught everything because I got eyesight like Gambit. So let's talk about the sovereign. We're not going to say sovereign. Let's talk about, let me share my screen. TikTok, we are over here live at the New Culture Empire. But let's share my screen and let's get in. Let's read something. Let's read it all together. This is the title is The Sovereign Citizen Movement and Maritime Admiralty Law. Now, most people may say, well, Thomas, you this is biased. This what you're about to read is biased. Okay, I will give you that. But does it make a difference if I'm reading from this right here? If I can just go straight to the Admiralty statutes. As a matter of fact, let's go to the Admiralty Court statutes first. Let's do that. Let's go to the Admiralty statutes first. Let's go to the Admiralty statutes first, because I believe let's start it off with the law. Oh shit, what am I doing? Admiralty Court procedures. Let's start it off with what they say first. Let's start it off with what the federal courts say first, or the courts say first. Okay. All right. Admiralty Court, also known as Maritime Court, is a court that exercises admiralty or maritime jurisdiction. Okay. Jurisdiction. And here's civil cases related to admiralty and maritime law. So that for my detractors and opposed adversaries, that's called context. Just in case you ain't know. See, over here at the New Culture Empire, we don't read things in a literal sense. Authorization in the United States. The admiralty jurisdiction is authorized by the United States Constitution. See Constitution, Article 3, Section 2, Clause 1. Conferred by the U.S. Constitution, meaning the Constitution granted the federal courts the jurisdiction. Federal district courts have original subject matter jurisdiction over any civil cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction. Federal district courts. So, if what y'all were saying was so true, if you got pulled over for suspended license, no plates, unregistered vehicle, then by default, if what you're saying is true about admiralty jurisdiction, you will be going into a federal district court and not your state local court, at which the jurisdiction is within the, parameters of the location of the alleged civil or criminal violation. If what y'all saying is so true, everyday life, so you don't have to go to a book to prove me wrong, just look at your everyday life. If they're saying admiralty jurisdiction is so true in the sense on how they explain it, then by default, then by the Admiralty Court own federal statutes, the procedures, you will be going into a federal district court. That's one indicator that you're not going into an Admiralty Court. Federal courts are called Admiralty Courts when exercising admiralty or maritime jurisdiction. See 28 USC 1333, y'all. And this is and the reason why I'm bringing this up, because they will never see or point to these things to prove that they're right. It's going to be some offshoot document, some biased sovereign citizen pamphlet, or some manifesto posted online, or some old 1980s groups of these old outdated gurus. They're never going to go to the letter of the law. And when they do, they even misinterpret that. The district courts have original jurisdiction exclusive of the courts of the states of any civil cases of admiralty or maritime jurisdictions, saving to suitors in all cases all other remedies to which they are otherwise entitled. Any prize brought into the United States and all proceedings from the condemnation of property taken as prize. I'm not even going to get into what that means because it's clear. They're not talking about you as a prize. They're not talking about your all caps. They're talking about vessels, maritime. You're at the seas, high waters, oceans, Pacific Ocean, the Red Sea, the Atlantic Ocean. Like, come on now. It's getting to the point where it's starting to get pathetic. The law adopted by Admiralty Courts includes the general maritime law insofar as it is acceptable to the courts. Modifications of that law by congressional amendment, the common law of torts and contracts, and international prize law. The body of law is always subject to modification by the paramount authority of Congress acting in pursuant of its powers. The scope in the United States. The Admiralty Courts exercises jurisdiction over all admiralty and maritime actions comprising two types of cases. Two types of cases. Now, the video that I posted on TikTok about the Admiralty, listen here. All I got to say is for all you detractors and everybody who just commented saying I was wrong and left and never showed the results of their case, this is how it's checkmate right here. Checkmate on all of you right here. TikTok, we are live at the New Culture Empire on YouTube. We are live at the New Culture Empire on YouTube. Comprising of two types of cases. Those involving acts committed on the high seas or navigable waters, including prize cases and torts, injuries, and crimes committed on the high seas.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
Committed at the high seas. And those involving contracts and transactions connected with shipping employed on the high seas or navigable waters. Now, where is the legal connection to you getting pulled over for suspended license and not having a vehicle registered and your sovereign citizen paper license plates that you bought online for $50 from the USAR website, them little license plates? When you step into court, in your mind, in your own mind, what makes you think that you got pulled over on the high seas? In your mind, because now I'm just trying to understand the mindset. What makes you think, by reading the jurisdiction of Admiralty, federal laws right here, Cornell Law School, y'all go to this for everything else. Don't try to invalidate it now. Y'all go to UCC on here. So don't try to say, what is the connection? How do you make that connection? And listen, throw your script away, throw your manual away, throw all those 1922 Black's Law Dictionary versions. Throw that out today. Courts don't even use the Black's Law Dictionary 3rd edition, 4th edition, 5th edition. Those were written in times where the words and transactions and the words were spoken at it was different then. Courts are going to cite the 11th or 12th edition. Y'all got to come back to planet Earth. You got to get out the 1800s. You got to come to 2026. I know y'all want to stay in pre-1933, but the reality is it's just not going to happen. We're in 2026. Oh, by the way, the Emergency Banking Act. You remember that emergency? Remember the Emergency Banking Act, March 9th, 1933, the banker's holiday. Yeah, that y'all still like to put on your documents. Y'all know that emergency ended in 1978. It's no longer any emergency related to the March 6th through March 9th, 1933. It's no more emergency. And everyone that through the executive order April 1st, 1933, when they passed the executive order to prohibit the hoarding of gold and silver and gold coins and gold bullion, they made everybody turn their gold coins and gold bullion in, and the gold certificates and silver certificates, because the gold and silver, there was no point of having them being used in everyday transactions because the government went to a fiat currency system. They got off the gold standard, meaning gold was not backing the dollar anymore with the passage of HJR 192. So when they told everybody to turn in their gold, they gave them legal tender in exchange. And the reason why they gave them legal tender in exchange is because of the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution. They had to, private property may not be taken for public use without just compensation. They compensated them with the equivalent in legal tender. So the argument that, oh, they took the gold and silver from us, we can't pay our debts, that falls as a matter of the executive order. You see how we just sniping what you believe so much down? We got to tear you down to build you up. Now, Admiralty courts operate under unique maritime law rules and have differences in procedure from civil courts. The most significant one is that Admiralty courts do not impanel juries. Without a jury trial, the cases are heard by a judge. So this is the key thing I want y'all to take away from this, is that Admiralty courts hears two types of cases: acts committed on the high seas or other navigable waters, including prize cases and torts, injuries, and crimes committed on the seas, and those involving contracts and transactions connected with shipping employed on the high seas or navigable waters. So after reading this, if you still say that the video that I posted was wrong, it clearly means that you are so far gone in your theories that this is nothing more than a belief system for you now. You don't care about winning and getting the job done. You just care about defending your belief. If that is the case, then I don't win there. This is nothing more than a belief system to a lot of people because it helps them escape the realities of their real lives. Now that we got the official interpretation of Admiralty and Maritime Courts, this is, when I first came across the concept of sovereign citizens, I was intrigued as I was puzzled. Their unwavering belief that they're free from government authority struck me as both rebellious and unconstitutional. Sovereign citizens claims they don't have to obey laws because they aren't legally bound by them, due to an old set of rules they interpret as maritime admiralty law or the law of the water. One particular conversation led me down this rabbit hole. At dinner in Helena, Montana, I met this interesting individual who began passionately explaining why we don't really need licenses, permits, or even taxes, all supposedly rooted in our maritime origin. According to him, legal terms we take for granted every day, like dock and berth and ship, have hidden meanings tracing back to naval and maritime traditions. And it turns out these beliefs aren't entirely fringe. They're part of a broader movement with a surprising number of followers. Understanding how people interpret law, authority, and freedom can open our minds to fascinating insights. One of the more controversial yet captivating ideas gaining attention is the intersection of maritime admiralty law and the sovereign citizens movement. While these topics may sound esoteric, they hold deeper implications for how certain individuals view personal sovereignty and legal authority, making them important to grasp, even for entrepreneurs, investors, and ambitious individuals seeking clarity and navigating in today's world. Now, here is the thing I want to tell you. I'm not against having our own personal sovereignty in our own right, being able to live our life on our own terms, being able to do what you want, the freedom to choose your own destiny, the freedom of not having the government encroach on everything. I agree with all that. I by all means, I agree. But once you start to transition into what you call your rights and freedom that leads you down financial turmoil, criminal cases, then you got to start to readjust how you see the way you exercise your freedoms. Because exercising true freedom should never lead to you getting hit with fraudulent filings, frivolous filings. They're coming to take your stuff. It should never be that. Now, we know there's always a price to pay for freedom. But if you're going through all those things, but in the end, you're not getting any closer to the freedom that you think you deserve, at some point, the blame can't always be on the government. At some point, maybe you have to look at how you're, maybe you were just wrong. There's nothing wrong with admitting that, you know what, I fell down the rabbit hole. Hundreds of thousands of people fell down these rabbit holes. A lot of people have been bit by that bug. There's a lot of people that I had to bring back to reality. You won't be the first. It's not a bad thing. But the more you keep denying the reality, and we're talking about the reality that you see every day, arguing with the police officers on the side of the road, the court still holding the hearings, even though you're challenging jurisdiction, saying it's an Admiralty court, that it can't just be that the judges just don't want to follow the law anymore. It has to be more than that. Now, what is maritime admiralty law? Maritime admiralty law, often referred to as law of the sea, governs legal issues related to ships, navigations, and marine commerce. It originated from ancient times when trades between nations was done mostly by sea, and agreements were needed to regulate disputes among sailors and merchants. This body of law is global, shaping everything from trade routes to the conduct of ships at sea. Admiralty courts were established to resolve maritime disputes, and these legal systems have persisted, influencing modern international trade, shipping regulations, and even insurance. Now, for most of us, admiralty law probably seems to have little relevance unless you're a sea captain or shipping magnate. But this is where things get interesting. Sovereign citizens believe that admiralty laws applies to everything, not just matters of the seas, but also their personal freedoms, taxes, and even their citizenship status. Listen, do you not think that I would love to cancel my contracts and not be responsible for a lot of things? I mean, I get why people believe it. I mean, do you not? I hope you don't think that I wish that there wasn't a secret account in our name. I mean, a lot of, listen, in a perfect world, hell yeah. Shit. Let's get it. But the reality is none of it's true, because I don't try to shove the law in your face. All I got to say is, all you have to do is look at your own life and ask yourself, does that reflect of someone who's accessed their multi-billion-dollar estate created by the Social Security number? Is your life a living reflection of someone who's been successful in the pursuit of that? I won't hear about no third parties. You. Is your life a living reflection of it today in this very moment? In this very moment. If the answer is no, I need you to seriously ask yourself why it's not, if that account really exists. And then ask yourself this. If they let me, if they gave me access to mine, and this is not a known secret. Everybody knows about the story. So it's not like, oh, only the few will know. It's all out in the open now. There's blogs on it, government. It's no secret anymore about that ideology. So ask yourself this. If everybody, because the government grants one, they got to grant all. But ask yourself these questions. If everybody accessed their state, what type of country do you think we'll have? Who would work? Where's the separation of classes at? Everybody will be a billionaire with the money devaluing even more. Nobody's going to work at the factories to create the cars you love to drive. Nobody's going to grow the foods that you love to eat. Nobody's going to come cut your grass. Everybody's a billionaire with nothing to spend it on because everybody has the same. Now the value has significantly decreased. Just think about it. Let's say all of us accessed our billions. Nobody's going to build a house. Why would they build a house when they got billions? And since everybody has the same purchasing power, the bidding wars, you'll be paying $575 million just for a house. And whatever is left to be bought is going to be purchased. There will be nothing left. Can you imagine a country? See, in reality, you really don't like that scenario. You really don't like it. Also, no one can open up an account in your name without your permission. And by federal law, any name, an account or secure, whatever that's on the books at the Treasury or the government, they have to send you a monthly statement. Have you ever received a monthly statement for that account? Have you received the account agreement letting you know how it can be used? You get your government charge card for your estate. I mean, these are all things that they do every day anyway when you got an account open at a bank or with the government or you buy Treasury securities. They send you a monthly statement of your securities, your yield to date. The government sends them faithfully. You get them paper, you get them electronically. You can go right into your TDA account and see the status of what's going on. Why is the Treasury account, secret account, which is in our name, which is an account, which brings it under federal law, why haven't we ever received an accounting statement? I know Pastor Tony wants you to think that if you get a bill and it's the positive sign and it's not a negative sign, then it's a positive number. If I really owed, it'd be negative. I know people want to think that when they look at the bill as well. But the reality is, in the financial world, if it's money that you owe them, you get a bill. If it's money that you owe them, it shows up as a positive number on our end, and it shows up as a negative number on their end. When you pay the bill, let's say it's $300, you're going to get a bill for $300. It's going to show minus $300, meaning this is what they expect to be coming in from your payment. Now, when you pay the $300, their negative 300 goes to zero. And when you pay the same $300 on your account, is going to go to zero. You see how when you make your payment, both accounts go to zero. The money that they're entitled to now goes to zero. And then the amount that you owe goes to zero. You're starting to see how real life operates. Ask yourself, when you got that contract, Was there any stipulations or agreements? Because you can put it in the clause now. Not saying you can argue that it be in the clause. Did you have in the clause alternative methods of paying the bill, paying the debt, paying your mortgage, paying your auto, paying your credit card? Did you tell them you was going to use an international promissory note? Is that in writing? Is that stipulated in writing? Or it's the normal, everyday, acceptable means of cash? You know, the same cash or debit or credit that you use when you go to the mall and buy something that you want to buy, that same money. We talking about that same money. When you went to go buy those shoes at the mall or get that outfit on Shein, did you give them an international bill of exchange to pay with it? Did they accept it? Did you give them a 1099-A to pay with it? Because my belief is, if this is what you believe, go all the way with it. Live your whole life like it. Don't pick and choose the spots that you want to do it. No. Walk, even if you're buying a soda. Hand them an international promissory note for a soda. You should have them all on deck. See, I mean, if we're going to go with it. Don't just, I'm going to use it just for this. I'm going to pay regular. Nah, be consistent with your position. Be like that with everyone. But when you start to pick and choose when you want to do it, it kind of comes off that you're being disingenuous. I mean, you know you're being disingenuous. I'm just saying. To the rest of the world, it looks like it as well. And then ask yourself, if someone is teaching you how to discharge your auto with the international promissory note, obviously they know how to get it liquidated. Obviously they know how to get the value recognized. Why don't they allow you to pay them with the international promissory note instead of paying your hard-earned money in exchange for the international promissory note? You get what I'm saying? If you know how to liquidate these international promissory notes, and you know how to cash them, you know how to get them recognized, a financial institution is a financial institution. Why don't they accept your international promissory note as payment for the service? Exactly. Questions, and all I'm doing is asking questions that you all want to ask them anyway, but you're too scared because you know they're going to block you. That's all I'm doing. I'm just asking questions that you want to ask. I am the voice of y'all. Some of y'all may be a little too timid for the hard questions, the gurus. I'll ask them for y'all. Hey, I've been blocked by 40 gurus. Ain't nothing surprise. So, sovereign citizens, a loose group of individuals who reject the authority of governments, often argue that the government unlawfully imposes its power on individuals through hidden contracts and legal jargon. To them, these hidden contracts fall under the jurisdiction of maritime admiralty law, not common law. They believe that upon birth, individuals are unknowingly entered into a contract with the state through a birth certificate, which, according to their views, is linked to a fictitious legal identity, a corporation, distinct from their natural sovereign self. To unravel their reasoning, admiralty law is global governance. Since maritime admiralty law governs international matters, sovereign citizens sees it as a shadow legal system used by governments to exercise authority. Birth certificates as contracts. Sovereign citizens often claim that a birth certificate represents a corporate entity created by the state, which places individuals under admiralty jurisdiction rather than common law. Language manipulation. The idea of word magic comes into play when sovereign citizens argue that the legal language is deliberately deceptive. They believe that certain words in legal documents have hidden meanings that bind individuals into contracts they didn't consent to. So while the rest of us may see admiralty law as an arcane legal relic, sovereign citizens consider it the cornerstones of government overreach. And this is why I attack the cornerstones of their beliefs, the foundation of their beliefs, The methods, we all know the methods they use, but I attack the origins of their beliefs. These are the things that they believe to the core because it shapes their processes. Look, the birth certificate shapes their processes. The secret account shapes their processes. Because, especially the secret account, because so many processes spring from that. The negotiable instruments, the withholdings on tax returns, sending these stuff in to pay your bills, going out to purchase, make large $1.7 million purchases. I just think the idea of having it, it's like a rush to them. Like the chase of it. It's like they start spending that money in their mind. You notice how everything is over the top with them? $500 million tax return, $1.7 million home. You notice how everything is over the top? Right. The sovereign movement can be understood as a form of legal dissent or even personal rebellion. Those who identify as sovereign citizens reject the legitimacy of federal, state, and local governments, claiming that they operate under fraudulent authority derived from Admiralty law. At the heart of their belief is the idea that governments operate more like corporations, and that through documents such as birth certificates, taxes, and licenses, they attempt to exert control over an individual's natural rights, even though the federal government has nothing to do with the driving laws of each state. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Shout out to Lux Private. Oh, your name is cut off. Where at? Lux Private Media. You are officially.
You're rocking with the best.
Let's get it. Shout out TikTok. Shout out to Lux Private Media. Appreciate you for that, broski. Or sir, man, I don't know what your gender is, but it doesn't even matter. Shout out to you. At the heart of, they claim the only valid law is common law, not statutes or regulations that they see as part of a deceptive legal system. Now, here's the thing about that. Ladies and gentlemen, I swear I'm not even trying to troll. The federal common law, it's not like you can walk into a distinct common law court. Common law is a doctrine and a creature of equity, meaning doing the right to make the parties whole. That's all it is today. It's a doctrine. Courts can apply it in specific cases to grant equitable relief. But even the federal courts, being courts of limited jurisdictions, they're always going to look to the state law when applying common law as a doctrine. So when y'all putting UCC 1-308 on your documents and your affidavits of truth and your 5,000 notices and your $1 trillion fee schedules, I know you think you're doing it under common law, but the mere fact that you cited the UCC, you're actually citing statutory law. Because as I said in my video on TikTok, the Uniform Commercial Code is statutory law. The UCC that you go on, type in on Google, the UCC, that's not the law. That was the blueprint in which each state adopted their own version. So when y'all filing y'all court filings, y'all be citing like UCC 1-304. You're not even citing the law. But since you're sui juris, the courts kind of know that you don't really understand. So what they'll do is they'll take your UCC 304, and they'll just look at the state laws version because it's the state laws version that controls. So the Uniform Commercial Code for the last time is statutory law. It's not common law. Never was, never will be. And just because you believe it is doesn't make it true. And it tells you that when you go on the UCC. As a matter of fact, let me YouTube, I'm about to show you exactly what I mean. It tells you right here. And this is the problem that I'm trying to get people to understand. We can't get so far into our beliefs that we just overlook things that are right in our face. Right here. Right? Here we go. Our collection aims to show each section of the UCC. Oh, hold on. My bad. Our collection aims to show each section of the UCC in the version, which is most widely adopted by states. That means we will not always display the most current reversion, if that version has not achieved widespread adoption among American legislators, meaning your state law. So you may be citing an outdated version when you go straight to Google UCC, Cornell Law, UCC. Like little stuff like that. It's really coming down to, that's a matter of just common knowledge. But you will skip over that and go straight to UCC 801, UCC Article 9. So, can we all be in agreement? Can we all be in agreement? And can we at least agree that the Uniform Commercial Code is statutory law? Can we at least agree to that? And then give me a second to acknowledge some of the members. Shout out to the one who said LT is your teacher's blueprint. Take notes, like and subscribe. The one, oh my God, that song. He loves that song. Self-made in the building. Says facts. The brother, Miss Doris Myers, the lovely Miss Doris Myers, the matriarch of the untouchable empire, the lovely Miss Doris Myers. Hit the like button and subscribe to the channel, please, ladies and gentlemen. So, the rise of the sovereign citizen movement. The sovereign citizen ideology took shape in the 70s and 80s. Y'all hear that? In the 70s and 80s. I went back to the earliest versions of sovereign citizens. It was in the late 1969s. And I think in 1969, and I started researching the origins up to present day. So when people come online with their private bonded promissory note and their registered discharge and bond, posting on TikTok talking about this, what I'm about to file, and I comment, they've been filing those for 40, 50 years. Nothing's never happened. This is why. But, influenced by tax protesters and those seeking ways to circumvent government authority. And I agree. I don't really necessarily like the government all up in my stuff. I get it. Trust me. The government all up in my stuff. Yeah, I get it. Nobody does. That's not even an argument there. I think we all, businesses alike, I think we all agreement. Nobody wants government encroachment. Nobody does. We can all agree to that. That's a common ground. It has evolved over the years, especially with the advent of the internet, which has given rise to self-taught legal experts sharing advice on how to avoid taxes, evade fines, and challenge court rulings. The thing that frustrates me about the sovereign citizen movement is that a lot of them are very persistent, very determined, won't take no for an answer, will stand and defend what they call their rights. And those are the traits that are absolutely needed when you step into these courts, but doing things the right and correct way. The traits that they display are the traits that I wish a lot of people displayed in their lives. Right there, that determination, that drive, that not taking no for an answer, not falling victim to the BS answer that the finance company may give them. If it was just channeled with the proper arguments, the laws would have had to change in our favor, because we got everybody, they're all on the same page, but they're all on the same page with nonsense. Can you imagine if they were all on the same page with properly structured legal arguments? Oh my gosh, it would be woo wee.
You're rocking with the best.
So, I just wish that it was just channeled in a different direction. Now, while sovereign citizens often claims that they are peaceful and merely exercising their rights, the movement has also attracted controversy due to encounters with law enforcement in the court system. Many sovereign citizens challenge traffic tickets, refuse to pay taxes, or even refuse to acknowledge the legitimacy of court proceedings, leading to arrests or legal conflicts. Some have even gone as far as filing fake liens against judges or government officials, which has led them to be classified as part of the paper terrorism movement in certain legal contexts. Controversy and legal disputes. Sovereign citizens' refusal to recognize government authority often leads to legal confrontations, with members using a variety of tactics to challenge laws, taxes, and court rulings. This has led to frequent litigation. Sovereign citizens file unconventional legal documents in court, which are often dismissed as frivolous, which I've covered extensively. Courtroom defiance. They often use pseudo-legal arguments like refusing to acknowledge a court's jurisdiction by claiming they're not subject to admiralty law. Violent encounters. The most sovereign citizens are peaceful. A small subset has engaged in violent encounters with law enforcement. For entrepreneurs and business leaders, understanding how sovereign citizens think can be instructive. While their rejection of government authority is extreme, the underlying theme of questioning authority, resisting control, and carving out personal freedoms resonate with many people who strive for autonomy in business and life. Word magic and the power of language and law. One of the most fascinating aspects of this discussion is the concept of word magic. According to sovereign citizens, legal language is intentionally crafted to deceive the public. They believe that the government used specific terms and phrases that seem benign but carry hidden legal meanings that bind individuals into contracts unknowingly. For example, they argue like the terms like person in a legal document don't refer to a human being, but to a corporate entity created by the state. By manipulating language, sovereign citizens believe that governments impose a system of control that most people are even aware of. But here's the problem. You think that the government uses word salad? You don't understand corporate finance. And even with your mortgages or your autos or your credit card disputes, I hear a lot of people always want to talk about exposing a system. We're talking about exposing the system. You are talking about a $16 trillion a day industry on the secondary market. What system do you think you're going to topple? And I will say this again, and I'm going to go on the record of my personal opinion about this. Securitization is a necessary evil. I know you don't like it from your lens, being sued, you're trying to defend yourself, but I tell you this, without securitization, there would be nothing for you to defend, because you wouldn't have had the property to defend unless you brought it outright. And it's not just financing. Securitization runs the world. The whole world operates off it. The whole world operates off it. Every music production company, Apple, Google, all the health insurance company, the chemicals, science, they all engage in it. It's one of those things where it's bigger than you and I. This is how the world operates. So when you're talking about shutting down securitization, what you're really saying is, I'm going to shut down the world. That's what you're saying. Now, are you equipped to shut down the world? Because you will feel the negative effects from that same world that you will be trying to shut down, because obviously you have not gone off the grid like sovereign citizens back in the day. You're not building your own homes. You're not getting your own pipeline. You're not having your own land. You're not living in one big community. The women are not homeschooling the kids. You're not growing your own food. You're not creating your own electrical grids. You're not living off the grid. You are more dependent on the system than what you want to admit. You, me, we are all a part of the same system. There's no separate system for you just because you believe a certain way. You are a part of the same system. They're not tapping into your Session Key account, or when you fill out your application, you're going to sign the same application. You're going to sign the same promissory note, and you're going to be entitled to make the same payments just as any other person who didn't believe like you. There's no secret system. It's the same big system. And when you're talking about anything financing, you are talking about the corporate world. There is no such thing as a consumer transaction. Uh-oh, I'm about to ruffle some feathers now. Uh-oh, a lot of belief systems. Hold on. What the hell did you just say?
You're rocking with the best.
There is no such thing as a consumer transaction. Oh, I know. Well, we got TILA. We got FDCPA. We got the CFPB. They established that. They established those things for us. Why can't it be a consumer transaction? The CFPB, the FDCPA, TILA was one of the biggest smoke screens ever perpetuated on the American population. They were only established to keep you blinded and keep you in a box. FDCPA claims were expressly created for unintelligent and unsophisticated consumers. That's what the courts have consistently said. So by you filing the FDCPA claim, you are reaffirming that stereotype. Number two, when you're filing the FDCPA claims, but you're online saying you have a beneficial ownership in the securitized proceeds, you're the third party investor, right? I hear all of y'all, a lot of you say that, not all. A lot of you believe that. Well, if that is true, why are you foregoing the claims that which investors and third-party beneficiaries were raised against the finance company for a measly $1,000 per violation statute? When the investors settle out with the finance companies, they're settling in the millions. So you mean to tell me that you can come online and tell all your audience that everybody's a third-party beneficiary? We got an equitable interest in the proceeds of securitization, but yet you're going to file an FDCPA claim? Why don't you file an investor claim? If you're really a third, because you're online telling people this. So I'm expecting you to practice what you preach. So if you're telling them this, why you then start talking about FDCPA? There's no third-party beneficiary protections there. Why don't you bring an investor-like lawsuit since you're a third-party beneficiary? It's because they don't believe the stuff that they're telling you to do. The FDCPA is nothing more than a mind trickery statute to keep you from raising the low-level $1,000 per violation claims instead of taking them straight to the box and winning off the merits. The FDCPA only means two things. I'm being sued. That means you're not aggressive, you're not the plaintiff, and you're not suing them while you're current. And the other, they violated my rights while attempting to collect the debt from me. That means you're on the defensive. The FDCPA teaches you to stay on the defensive. Wait till you get sued and try to catch them in a mistake. And these teachers, all they tell you is to bring FDCPA claims, FDCPA, 15 USC, 15 USC, 1692, 15 USC, 1581, 15 USC, 1540, all that. What they not telling you is to step into the corporate world. What they not telling you is to bring claims just like you were a class action lawsuit. What they not telling you is to bring the lawsuit while you current, because you have more leverage, more credibility. The judge is going to be more inclined to entertain your equitable claims. And when you win off the merits, you get not just a little $1,000 in measly violations, but you end up with a piece of your American pie back into your hands, in which you can now legally transfer that asset into trust. What they not teaching you is how to snatch your asset out that securitization trust and put it back in your family's name. That's what they not teaching you.
You're rocking with the best.
What do you really win on an FDCPA claim? What are you really winning? What do you really what do you really win? Oh, I don't have to pay this credit card debt anymore. Oh, I don't have to be accountable for this debt anymore. Oh, they violated my statutes. I got awarded $3,000. Oh, part of the settlement, they waived the remaining balance. That's a win. You really call that a win? What happened to own nothing but control everything? What happened to creating generational wealth? What happened to being sovereign and owning our assets outright, putting them in a trust so nobody can come encroach on them? What happened to that? Why settle for that? If you're going to step into play the game, why aren't you playing the game to get the asset back in your name? I mean, think about it. Let's talk in context of a mortgage. Say you win that. You get an asset back in your name free and clear, and you never have to worry about anybody coming to take it. And now you actually have something to pass down. You can leverage it if you need to. You almost guaranteed is going to get access to credit with that asset. You can use other people's money to make you money. Using other people's monies through your receivables that you're creating and making other people pay back your debt while you collect the profit at the same time. Isn't that what the corporations do? I mean, think about it. Don't corporations get into hundreds of millions of dollars of debt just to turn around and make billions off it? Ain't that what they do? Don't they always seem to be making hundreds of millions of dollars a month? Do you think they make that money by loaning you their money? Millionaires and billionaires don't even use their own money. They get into debt. Because debt is what makes you rich. Debt is what gives you the opportunity to snatch the property back out of their securitized trust. Debt is what opens the door for you to have opportunities. But the mindset that they want you to be in is to get into consumer debt. They don't want you to take it to the next level. Consumer, consumer, consumer debt. Like, let's take the gloves off for a second, because I really get tired of these people that always want to tell people to run away from debt, get out of debt, get out of debt. No, you need to get into the much debt as you can. But the caveat to that is, when you get into debt, just kind of ask yourself, why are you getting into debt? Are you getting into debt to make money off the debt, to leverage the debt? I mean, that's something to think about. I mean, let's be 100% honest here. You don't get your financing unless the corporation goes into debt themselves. Uh-oh. You don't get financing unless the corporation goes into debt themselves. So in a mortgage, when you are getting a mortgage, you best believe that corporation went into debt. You best believe they went into debt. You don't get your mortgage unless they go into debt. You know what that means? Somebody put the money up for you. Oh, somebody put the money up for you. The investors put the money up for you, y'all. Once again, that's a matter of common knowledge. You were already in debt before you even realized, before you even signed that promissory note. You were already in debt. See, that may sound crazy, but like I told you, I'm looking at this from the system, how they see it. Only thing that they needed is to assume the corporate debt. This is why we were used to be called consumers of corporate debt. Then they sliced it down to consumers of debt. Now you're just consumers. But make no, oh no, I'm not going to sit here and jerk your chain here. You're any mortgage, auto, credit card, any type of quote unquote consumer transaction, it's nothing more than a corporate transaction. 3 transactions took place before, in which you are a part of, before you even realized you was a part of the transaction. 3 transactions of which are important to us already took place. The last transaction is us. And as I tell my Supreme Elite Team group, you don't even get to understanding your transaction until you fully understand the intricacies of the other 3 transactions that took place before you even filled out the application. And this is more the reason why you should.
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby, folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume with stories in the fine lines.
So let's not kid ourselves here now. The corporations know what they do, and they do a great job at it. Hell, you don't even get to even starting to take a dip into your mortgage till you get about year 10. About year 10. If people en masse will understand what I teach in my Supreme Elite Team University, if the corporations knew that people en masse understood that, they would have to change the game. They wouldn't be able to survive in this manner. Everything that you think your transaction went has nowhere near close to the reality of what actually went down. Hell, you're not even paying a mortgage anymore. And this is why I can't stand the consumer mindset. I can't stand that label because it actually keeps you in a box with your arguments. It keeps you secluded in a box. It keeps you so much in a box that the reality is sitting right in our faces, but we have not developed the mindset and the discernment to even acknowledge that it's there. Because we're moving off what we believe is true instead of evaluating the facts from an objective standpoint. I have no personal feelings about it. It is what it is. And I'd rather deal with what is and navigate, because I'm going to tell you this from experience, not another online teacher talking. I'm talking from someone who's been there and done that already. You are not going to step into that corporate world and think you're going to navigate successfully unless you know it from how they see it. Your consumer contract is just that on your end. And yes, I've recorded this and I documented this, and this is in my Set You University. The 5 lenses of the contract. The 5 lenses. And as long as you're still thinking like a consumer, you won't even acknowledge the other 4. The way the courts see the transaction, the way the regulators see the transaction, the way the investors see the transaction, the way the corporations view the transaction. And all 4 of them don't see it the way we see it. And this is the disconnect. That's the biggest disconnect. Do you actually think the corporations give 2 rats' asses about the total of payments, the APR, and the finance amount? Do you really think they give a rat's ass about that? Oh my gosh. They could care less. That's not what they're viewing. They don't view that. They don't care about that. They don't care about, they know they're never going to get all that up out of you. And this is why understanding how corporate structures work. Now listen, this is not for the weak of heart. Anybody that's trying to apply a more simplistic form of how it works, put cotton swabs in your ears and don't listen, because this is one of the most highly complex sectors in this world, the secondary market. They take accounting, negotiable instruments, securities, trust law, and merge it all, subsurge each other within each other. So you think they're talking about this? Oh no, they mean that. Oh, it means that. Oh no, to them it means that. This is why your debt validation letters are getting nowhere, because you are asking them for things that you know you can't prove. And it's only one standard that's applied to your claims, whether the corporations are applying it or anyone else. It's only one standard that determines whether your claims are sufficient or not. And that is the legal standard, meaning the way you letting the judge know what happened, they're not viewing it from your lens.
They are applying the legal standard to your claims. Does this claim pass the court sufficiency test? Based on all the facts and circumstances, taken it as a whole, and on court rules, procedure, case law precedent, and the procedural history of this court. Does this claim pass the court's legal standard? What we say went down doesn't mean nothing. It's the legal standard that's being applied to it, which matters. Why do you think they always move for Rule 12b-6 motions? Why do you think they're never going to address exactly what you said? Because top litigators in the world knows this. Court is 98% about the rules and procedure, and the other 2% are about the facts of the case. And when you let them sue you first, then here is the deficit that you're putting yourself in. Number one, you don't choose the venue. Number two, they're coming in with a contract that you've already confessed judgment on. Whenever they have the clause that we can repossess if you don't pay, default, events of default, acceleration, in court, that's called a confessed judgment. So when they take you to court and you agree to pay and you didn't pay, the question remains to the judge is, why should I not uphold the centuries-long doctrine of contract law? Well, it's not a doctrine, but uphold the centuries-long binding contract law provisions of court. And one of the things that you cannot do as a defendant is say fraud. Because when you bring a fraud claim, you better be the plaintiff. Do not bring a fraud claim as a defendant. And when you bring up the word fraud, the judges is going to get the micro lens to view your complaint, and they're going to scan it, and all 5 elements has to be fully satisfied. Not 4 out of the 5, not 3 out of the 5, all 5 elements: the who, what, when, where, how, and all of those elements that you cite must pass the court's heightened pleading standard. Because when you bring the word fraud into it, your pleading standard just went through the roof. Now you got to be 1,000% spot on with your fraud claim. And I've seen many online gurus teach about fraud, and they've never talked about the 5 elements to prove it. They think fraud is based on how they feel they've been mistreated. And why is this important again? Because it all cycles back to what? The consumer mindset. The sovereign citizen's perspective on legal terminology: person versus natural person. Sovereign citizens often feel that legal documents refer to a person as a legal fiction rather than a living human being. Contract and consent. They argue that by signing legal documents without fully understanding their meanings, individuals unknowingly consent to government authority. Well, here's the thing about it. This is why it's not fair. Court is not meant to be fair. The corporate world is not fair. It is the most diabolical, blood, guts, and gore sector of this country. It is a dog eat dog, and them lawyers are not going to have compassion on you. See, y'all think that, oh, they're supposed to do the right, that's that consumer mindset level of thinking. Well, they're supposed to do the right thing. They didn't do this. Well, it's not right. It doesn't matter about what's right or not. It matters about What is and what can you prove? And can you prove it by passing the court's sufficiency test? It's the only thing that matters. Your feelings don't matter. How you feel about the situation don't matter. They don't care. And suing the judge because you did not pass the court sufficiency test does not get you anywhere. You'll never win. Stop throwing hissy fits and suing the judge because they ruled against you. You're not going to win. And don't come on TikTok talking about you violated your rights. Oh, it was a void judgment. No, it wasn't. Unless a judge voided it themselves. And that is what this sovereign space, they think that when they believe a judge is void, it's void. When there's a law that they don't agree with, now that law is unconstitutional. And then they throw Madison versus Murdoch in it to justify it. Do you think they would ever pass a case law and statutes that would give us the right to void or declare any law unconstitutional? Do you think that's what Madison versus Murdoch really meant? I mean, come on, you gotta be kidding me. Let's say that was true for the sake of conversation. All I had to do was just disagree with a law. And in my eyes, that law is unconstitutional. The same thing that they do today. Every law that they don't agree with is unconstitutional now. Refusing a contract. Many sovereign citizens attempt to opt out of this system by refusing to sign legal documents by writing no contract on them. I haven't seen any of y'all go off the grid yet. Let's just be honest. You need this same system that you complain about. You need this. You need someone to cook your foods at the restaurant you want to go to. You need someone to create the cars, make the cars that you want to buy. You need someone to design the clothes you like to wear. You need someone to build the water parks that you want to take your kids to in the summertime at the pool. You need someone to clean the pools that you want to swim in. You need someone to deliver your food when you get on Uber. Let's stop acting like you don't need this system, like you don't benefit from this system. You only hear these arguments when it gets down to being financially accountable for the debts that we contracted for. You don't hear this when life is good. You don't hear these arguments when everything is up. And you damn sure don't hear these arguments when they're current. Besides me, what other person have you seen in this space bring a lawsuit while they were still current and not in default?
You're rocking with the best.
When everything is FDCPA, when you're being sued, telling you're not paying, make them prove it. See, with the Supreme Elite Team University, we don't make them prove they own the debt. We prove by preponderance of evidence that they don't own the debt. We don't send them a debt validation letter asking them to prove accounting. We send them documents telling them this is how your internal accounting operates. It's a difference. That's a difference. That's what the set you does. And since we don't have a complex over here, we know that there's behind the scenes stuff that goes on every day in the corporate world that affects us. And we know that we don't live in that world. I mean, we operate from that world, but we wasn't like born into that world. Like we haven't spent time on Wall Street. And by me knowing this, I said, no matter how much you may be interpreting these laws and these transactions and their internal operations, you've been batting 1,000 on it so much. Don't ever get so big over your head that you think you actually know it all to the point where you won't seek wise counsel. Here comes, and with that mindset, here comes the ex-SEC attorney. Here comes the I ain't gonna say the bank examiner. Here comes the Fannie Mae, Ginnie Mae IT specialist that processes the payments to the investors. Here's the Series 7 securities broker. Here's the CPA for 25 years. Here's the network with the professionals that not only takes our understanding and interpretation to the next level, but we got an inside sneak peek on their operations, which is never disclosed publicly. And we never use that information to bury them because I understand business. I did go to college, business management, applied science at IT Tech when it was up. I did. I didn't finish it, but I was there for a good while. I made the honor roll in the quarter. I got the Pell Grant from Obama back in 2011. I got the Pell Grant. Y'all know what I'm talking about for those with school. Y'all know what the Pell Grant was. And I understood the nature of business. This is never personal with them. How can it be personal? How can you take it as a personal attack on you when you're just one account amongst 40 or 50,000 that's in any given pool? They're making 78 to 100 something $1 million a month. Do you think they're worried about you? You think they're worried about me? Do you think Credit Acceptance is worried about me? They don't give a damn. It was a smart business move for them to settle. It was a high risk, low reward for them to fight. And you think that the remaining balance was like almost 50,000 remaining? Do you actually think that that wasn't already paid? Remember, my account was amongst a pool. They wiped the principal balance away as part of the settlement, but do you think that everybody else in the pool ain't make up for my payments? That's why it's a pool. Everybody's helping each other pay their debts. Just why your interest rates go through the roof. Why? You know they got to make some money too. Hell, you fund your own default. You know, in the first 90 days when you in default, they don't say nothing to you. Or whatever there. If autos may be like 60 days. You do, man, yeah, man. Whew, the truth gets far more sinister. Woo wee. Everybody is paying everybody's default. They still got money in reserves from pools for like 2 or 3 years ago that they just transferred to the next one. You really think that they not going to have money set aside in case you default? I know where the money goes. I pinpoints their accounts where the money's sitting at right now. Like the actual names of them. Like where they're at right now in this moment. But what did they tell you when you in default? Did they send you a letter and say, hey, your next 90 days have been paid. You might want to get back on track after it's over? Nope, they send you past due, balance due, severely. We're gonna sell your house. We're gonna take your vehicle. Why are they doing that? If they really know, like what I'm telling you behind the scenes, they're doing something totally different. Why are they telling you that? Because it goes back to my same points. They use trust law to siphon our property from us. They use accounting to hide the true economics of the transaction from us. and they use contract law to stick you with the debt.
You're rocking with the best.
That's the only reason why they're still playing that angle with you, because you agreed that they could. Hell, we all agreed that they could. But if you really think that the total amount of payments that you got to make, I'm talking about mortgage, autos, credit cards is just revolving. But if you really think, well, you got a $400,000 loan, you got to pay $950,000 back. You got a $25,000 card, you got to pay $70,000 back. If you really, oh my God. Woo-wee. If you really think that balance is legit, I'll just say that you're not, then something is something that they're not doing out there online, these gurus. But why would I expect any more? Why would I expect any more from these gurus? Why would I expect any more from them when they don't even know it themselves? Like, ask yourself this question. Let's just be honest. Just be honest. Just be honest for 2 seconds. Let's all be honest with each other. Why do you actually think these gurus can accurately break down to y'all their internal operations, the stuff that's not disclosed publicly? Do you think they would even know where to start? Then why can I? And it's not because I made some glorious appearance. It's not because I'm smarter than the rest. It's not because I'm more intelligent. None of that even matters. Because even the smartest, sophisticated investors still get hoodwinked, still don't fully understand what's going on these people's internal accounting balance sheets and stuff. They still don't get it. The only reason why is because, like I said, with the Supreme Elite Team University, we actually have professionals that used to work deep on the other side who we are in cahoots with. So me getting that information is nothing but a text or a phone call away. This is more the reason why.
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby, folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume, with stories in the fine lines.
That's just what it is. I always said I needed to network, but they found me. They found me. They found the Supreme Elite Team. They came to us. They came to this group. And I'm not saying the attorney per se came, but a person that came to our group has connections with all these people. And by his great relationship with them, I was able to benefit from the connects. Now I got access to them. This is why part of the discovery, I had about 4 pages of gas, but then from, my connections, they gave me another 7 pages to incorporate. This is the same level of discovery that the SEC attorney would request when he's bringing a suit. And no, 98% of those extra discovery requests, I didn't even know exist. It's that deep in the well. It's that deep in the well. I wouldn't have thought to ask for those. It's that deep in the well. It's past the lender. It's deep into the well. The things that they would rather settle with you before giving that information to you. Meaning it's the things that they would rather settle with you before they give you that information.
According to your conversation with your friend, the attorney, what we go over in group is right in line with the legal standards and the professionalism on how it has to look and what you need to know when you attack these people.
The words that he used was, "You're going about it standard operating procedures."
So, once again, I don't listen. You can make all the decisions that you want to make, and we about to move on to the next because we pretty much know about the soccer citizens at this point. We can go on to the next, but I do want to tell you this. The way these people play these dirty games, I would be remiss to tell you that you don't have to get dirtier than them. This system does not operate the way we think they operate. They operate from the way they've been operating. It's new and groundbreaking to us. It's just another day at the office for them. And when they settle, their structures are designed that they don't take any losses. Once you sign that agreement with them, mortgage or auto, the so-called lender, they could care less if you ever pay it back or not. That's the whole thing. They could care less. The only reason why they foreclose or repossess is because the investors told them to. Oh my God.
You're rocking with the best.
Oh my God.
You're rocking with the best.
It's because they told them to. That's it. And they were like, nah, just forgive this person. Nah, we'll be all right. You'll be getting a letter talking about, hey, you have no more obligation. That's it. Now, my Admiralty legal beagles over there on TikTok.
So I'm sorry, I didn't know you had a motion. But I was going to ask for your input before we finish this. I'm just trying to deal with his issues on child support.
Okay.
He seems to be under a misapprehension that this is a contractual relationship, and it's not. It's a statutory relationship.
Okay.
Front of the court is following their statutory authority to collect child support on behalf of the child. So that's what's necessary, and they will automatically follow their rules in the.
Hold on, did he thought it was a what? Contract? Remember we were doing about they think everything's a contract.
Your input before we finish this. I'm just trying to deal with his issues on what papers you filled out. I don't have them. Okay. So I'm sorry, I didn't know you had a motion. But I was going to ask your input before.
You should have been getting some paper. I did all this stuff.
Well, that motion would be automatically denied because we do not revoke parental rights in a family law case. That has to be done in a neglect case.
In a what case?
An abuse neglect case.
So why did they have me filling out the papers?
I have no idea. I don't know what papers you filled out. I don't have them. Okay. So I'm sorry, I didn't know you had a motion. But I was going to ask for your input before we finish this. I'm just trying to deal with his issues on child support.
Okay.
He seems to be under a misapprehension that this is a contractual relationship, and it's not. It's a statutory relationship.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Statutory relationship. Not everything's not in it. Oh, contract. For you, child support legal beagles.
Front of the court is following their statutory authority to collect child support on behalf of the child. So that's what's necessary, and they will automatically follow their rules and the statutes in doing so. The court tells them when or if child support should be reviewed. And again, I've informed you, sir, Mr. Miller, you have the right to ask for a child support review if that's what you're asking for. But yeah, if you're not paying support, they're going to be hauling you in to explain why you're not paying.
Well, I also was sick.
Okay, that's fine too. But again, you're going to have to explain why the payments weren't being made and why you owe.
Payments wasn't being made because I was under.
You're under a misapprehension, not an understanding. So that one I could tell you you're wrong on. So the best you can do is ask for an accounting to make sure that all money is accounted for and all payments are accounted for. Now, do you want this to the front of the court for a child support review?
I want this case closed and dismissed.
It's not going to be closed and it's not going to be dismissed.
I want to number down the ticket. So even though they were receiving the full monthly obligations, it's okay for them to.
If you owe, they're going to haul you in to find out why you're not paying the amount.
And we wasn't receiving I wasn't receiving a full amount.
Well, ma'am, part of this, you're not going to receive the full amount. You're on state aid. The reason that this case was brought, it was brought by the state of Michigan because of your state aid. When you're on state aid, the state mandates the child support be paid in accordance with the law, and then they confiscate portions of that child support to reimburse the state for what they're paying on behalf of the child.
Is this Admiralty Maritime Court law?
No, it's not Admiralty Maritime Court law. This is
Admiralty Maritime Court
for what they're paying on behalf of the child.
Is this Admiralty Maritime Court law?
For what they're paying.
Now, we went over quite a few. Went over the document, then we went over the statute. Remember we went over those things. Now the question remains. Now, let's see how this. Everybody that was on my TikTok, that Admiralty video I made, and everybody saying nope, wrong, nope. Okay, well let's see it live. Let's see how it plays out.
Paying on behalf of the child.
Is this Admiralty Maritime Court law?
No, it's not Admiralty Maritime Court law. This is the state of Michigan. We are not in the middle of an ocean.
Because
we're not in the middle of the ocean. So now I want y'all to go back. It's the first video that's pinned and look at the comments where everybody's saying I was wrong. Now you see why they talk with beliefs and feelings with no factual stats, factual case law that's applicable to today's time to back it up. Told you, it's all beliefs and feelings. It's never about factual evidence. And this is why none of them could show that they actually won on this argument either, because I made a challenge to every single 70 of the 90 comments. None of them came back. So you already know how that goes.
Flag in the back got a gold fringe on it.
Yeah, don't.
Because the flag in the back got a gold fringe on it.
Yeah, don't even do that bull. That's a bunch of bull.
You have
it is United. I don't know what you're receiving, ma'am. But this case was brought by the prosecutor's office on behalf of DHHS because of state aid involvement.
Oh, I don't receive anything. I haven't since.
Okay, well then once you stop that, then you should be receiving the full amount. But the state will confiscate part of anything that's still owed to them from any child support collected. Right now, I'm not sure how much the arrearage is. Obviously, there is an arrearage. So, no, the UCC, the Uniform Commercial Code, does not apply to this court, sir. This is a family law court.
That you don't have on the gown either, so you're not.
You're right. That's because I'm an appointed judicial official, not an elected judicial official.
Which is legal in law. If I want to hear you legal beagles, no, they can do that. Yes. It's like magistrate judges. Yes. By each state statutory law, they can do it. I want to hear it. If you don't like it, go to your state legislator and tell them to change the laws more favorable to your beliefs. But don't argue me down, because I didn't make the law. Like, I don't make the rules. I just follow protocol. But all the ones want to fight. I don't see them getting titles to their assets back free and clear and debt wiped away. I don't see them popping up with that. So who's really right here? Of course I am.
So yes, I have a full authority. I am sworn in. I am an attorney prior to being this in my judicial capacity. So yeah, I have full authority. And the authority is given to me by statute as well. So I follow the statutes, the laws that I have to follow.
So this statutes and codes, this not actually law.
It's not code, it's law. It's statutes. It's
the statute. That's the law. Prime example, you got like in the federal statutes like this, you got Title 26. Well, I'm not going to use that as an example because everybody want to argue that, but whatever. So you got, let's say, Title 24. You'll have those statutes there. And then you'll have Title 24 CFR, Code of Federal Regulations. The statute is evidence of the law that was, the statutes is evidence of what Congress passed into law. The regulations are there as this is how the law is going to be administered and regulated. But the actual statute, like the USC, Title 12 USC, that's actually what Congress passed into law. The regulations is how the law is being carried out. It's like the rules and regulations that govern the law. That's all it is. See, it's always these deep, esoteric, eye on the pyramid type meanings that they want to apply to normal, simple, basic things.
It's the laws of the state of Michigan.
Statutes and codes.
Statutes, no codes.
It's a statute.
The Uniform Commercial Code does not apply to this court.
Ouch.
All right. Do you want the child support review or not, sir?
I do want the child support review.
Okay. In that case, I will send this for a child support review. Ms. Cry, any questions, ma'am?
Nope.
All righty. I will look at your motion when I do receive it, ma'am. I don't know when it's scheduled for, but it was not scheduled for this morning. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought this was for. Okay.
Yeah, no problem. This was for his motion.
Uh-oh.
All right. All right.
Mhm.
Have a good morning to both of you. I'll send this to the front of the court for child support review. Have your most recent current pay stub available. Both of you.
I'm under the impression that there's a warrant.
Yeah, you do have a warrant.
I didn't notice a warrant, but that wouldn't come up on this file for this motion. That would be a separate issue. You might want to call the warrant department if you believe there's a warrant because you can deal with that.
I wasn't actually served on.
Again, the court has no paperwork concerning any of your warrant. I don't have her paperwork for her motion. I can't advise on things that I don't have before me because I need to look at them before to find out if they're properly served or not. Call the warrant office and find out what's going on if you believe there's a warrant. This is the first I've heard of it.
This is the motion for support.
This is the motion for support, and that's why I'm sending it to the front of the court for child support review.
And this all is under the same thing. Why they issued the warrant? Supposedly.
No, that's separate issues. This is ongoing support. Your warrant is about back support, if there is one.
Damn, bro. Yeah, you got to get yourself in order.
Who's participating by phone?
On and for the record, I'm Houston LaShawn DeYoung, more beneficiary. I'm here in my proper person.
What's your first name?
Oh yeah, see the thing about it. See the thing about it, TikTok. See y'all thought that over here, I'm just gonna tell you, you're wrong. Now I'm gonna let the judge tell you you're wrong too over here. If you don't want to listen to me, I will let the judge tell you.
My first name is LaShawn DeYoung. My surname is Houston.
All right.
I'm here in my proper person, my own right, and having reached the age of majority. I'm a Moore Aboriginal, America's Aboriginal, Illinois national,
Is
but
Kimberly
not a citizen of the United States.
So he says he's not a citizen of the United States. Once again, you can call yourself Inspector Gadget for all I care. None of that matters. It's how you are treated. This is why these gurus are leading people's up shit's creek. Because there was a Supreme court case, and y'all know the case I'm talking about, that made slaves property, Fred Dred Scott case, the African American, well, I guess they would, yeah, where the slaves were considered property and not really human beings or citizens, which would bring them the protections under the Constitution. Well, to address that issue, the Dred Scott case was overturned by the 14th Amendment.
You're rocking with the best.
Without the 14th Amendment, slaves and their descendants would not be considered citizens, will still be considered property or not humans. So, if anyone that says they're not a United States citizen, then that means they are reaffirming their status as just nothing but mere property. And this is what happens when you adopt belief systems without doing the full research of the origins into why they believe this way. If you were born or naturalized in the United States or born on one of their territories like Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, Guam, you are a United States citizen regardless if you want to be one or not. Because if you don't want to be a United States citizen, you need to stop all this virtue signaling and go be about that life and expatriate yourself from the government and go move out the country if you don't want to be a United States citizen. This is not Morocco. It's the United States of America. If you don't want to be here, go expatriate. Oh, before you do that, the IRS is going to make you pay all your taxes before. But anyways, that's a separate matter because we know most of them ain't filed taxes in 25 years. So they're going to have a hard time leaving on that issue alone. But yes, the 14th Amendment overturned the Dred Scott case. Now, I know what some of you are going to say. He don't know what he's talking about because once again, what he's saying is going against what I was studying for the last 50 years. So here we go. So I want you to, YouTube, I want you to see it for yourself. TikTok, you can read along. HR 127, joint resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution of the United States. 14th Amendment, May 29th, 1866. And the 1857 Supreme Court decided Dred Scott versus Sanford, a historic case in which Scott, an enslaved African American, sued for his freedom. The court ruled that enslaved individuals and their descendants were not citizens and couldn't sue in federal courts. It affirmed slaveholders' rights in Western territories, heightening tensions that sparked the Civil War. During Reconstruction, Congress protected African Americans' rights through legislations and constitutional amendments. The 14th Amendment nullified the Dred Scott decision by constitutionally guaranteeing African Americans citizenships. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state where they reside. And you can catch this at the National Artifacts and Museums, the official documents down in Washington, D.C. Now, any other myths that I need to debunk today? Oh, I'm going deep into the Sovereign Citizen Playbook today, boy. Yeah, we going deep into that today. Everything that they believe, I guarantee you, I can invalidate it with case law and authoritative evidence to support it. Not my opinions.
Is Kimberly available?
Not a citizen of the United States.
Is Kimberly
For
available?
the United States for the District of Columbia. Age majority. I'm a more Aboriginal, America's Aboriginal, Illinois National.
Now, after we just read that TikTok and YouTube, saw that. Now listen to what he's about to say and keep in mind what we just read.
Is
But not a
Kimberly,
citizen of the United States,
is Kim,
my own right, and having reached the age of majority. I'm a more Aboriginal, America's Aboriginal, Illinois national,
is
but not a
Kimberly,
citizen of the United States.
is Kimberly
Excuse me,
available?
Not a citizen of the United States
Is Kimberly
or the United
available?
States for the District of Columbia. Houston Kimberly Denise is deceased. I am the sole beneficiary and real party of interest in this matter.
All right, just a moment. Before the court this morning is the landlord's complaint to recover possession of property. The person entitled to possession of the property is the plaintiff due to a sheriff's deed of redemption.
I
A
object and
sheriff's
deny.
deed, ma'am, please don't interrupt. I'm reading.
Not a ma'am,
Graph.
excuse me, I'm a male.
Okay,
I object and
sir.
deny.
Sir, please don't interrupt. I'm reading from
You're
paragraph.
trying to put something on the record has not been proven.
I'm going to have to
I
mute
object and
you
deny.
if you continue to interrupt the court.
If you mute me, then you are violating my right.
Told you. So remember, this goes out the playbook. When they don't get what they want the first time, they start becoming belligerent. And then whenever they take actions against them to gain control and order, now their rights are being violated. Same playbook.
You haven't even proven you have jurisdiction over this matter.
Okay, let me end this jurisdiction crap for once and for all. This how courts operate today in America. I don't care about your 1857 case law. I don't care about your 1970, 60 way of arguing jurisdiction. I don't care about your 1906 court cases that you read from your sovereign citizen packet. I don't care about that. Today, if you want to challenge jurisdiction, you're going to file a motion challenging it. Not a notice, not an affidavit, not an affidavit of non-corporate existence. None of that. You're going to file a motion that's accordance with the court rules of procedure or whatever jurisdiction that you're in. If you're in state court rules and procedure. And then you're going to file that with the court. And then attached at the bottom of it, it's not going to be notice to principal and notice to agent. Notice the agent is notice to principal. What it's going to be is a certificate of service. See, that's how we do things in the real world. We're not on Jupiter right now. We're on planet Earth. And then you're going to attest that you serve the other party a copy of the motion. The court is going to give the other side a deadline to have their response to your jurisdiction. And I can best believe that they're going to scalp you from head to toe on the statutes and the authority of the state, which the judge is going to agree with because it's a matter of common knowledge. And then once they respond, then the judge is going to have a ruling. And once the judge rules that they have jurisdiction, the case is going to proceed. That's how it goes from a procedural standpoint.
You haven't proven you have
Judges
personal
don't
jurisdiction
prove
or subject
things.
matter jurisdiction.
Judges don't
Excuse
prove
me?
things. Parties
Don't
prove
prove
things.
things.
She said judges don't prove things. Parties prove things. Judges don't prove the jurisdiction. The parties do. Goes back to what I said. You're going to file your challenge with the court, your motion. The other side, you're going to serve a copy on the other side. The other side is going to respond, and then the judge is going to make their ruling from there. That's how it goes, and the judge just affirmed it. But no, keep following these private administrative law, private trust people. Keep following them.
You have
Judges
personal
don't
jurisdiction
prove
or
things.
subject matter jurisdiction.
Judges don't
Excuse
prove
me?
things. Parties prove
Don't prove
things.
things.
That's correct.
No, the court has to prove that it has subject matter jurisdiction and personal jurisdiction over the subject matter.
You are now being
You
muted.
don't have to prove that.
Officer Denham? Thank you. As I was indicating, the complaint to recover possession of property received by the court on October 25th of this year and signed by plaintiff's attorney who was present on the record indicates in paragraph 5F that the plaintiff has a right to possession of the property because of a sheriff's deed, and the redemption period expired on September 8th, 2022. Is that correct, counsel?
That is, Judge, and the court will note on the complaint, we actually attached a copy of the sheriff's deed too. I believe it's the next document under the actual complaint.
Yes. So can you give me the history of the tenancy?
Yeah, can I do it informally, Judge, without having my client sworn, or does Your Honor want it to come from my client directly?
Anything that he says is impermissible and it's prejudicial. Statements of counsel in argument or in brief are insufficient for granting of a summary judgment or dismissal.
Sir, you are procedurally misinterpreting everything that you read. This is the counsel for his plaintiff. You dingbat.
Your objection is over.
Matter. He is a third party in this.
He's not a third party. He is the counsel for the people who wants to put you out because you didn't pay. Most likely the house was sold or you didn't pay your rent. Now you want to bring this pseudo-legal, judicial, political stuff in court as a means, as a stall tactic. He has every right to speak on behalf of his client. He's not a third party. He's a lawyer.
This matter, I want my objection on the record.
Your objection is on the record. Your objection is on the record, and your objection is overruled. You're again being muted.
Is a third party.
I need her muted or him muted. Thank you.
Anything that is said scandalous and prejudicial, and
I am removing Mr. Houston from the hearing because of continual interjections, interrupting the court's proceedings. I will later consider whether to find him in contempt of court.
Judge, I removed his Chan's ability to unmute himself if you want to.
Thank you. That'll be fine.
Yeah, he can't unmute himself anymore.
All right. Okay, counsel, what I was asking for is basically.
Now, is this how you really want to learn how to argue law? Because I think that's what they teach people, to be belligerent, be loud, have no courtroom decorum. Do you think I was able to get these professionals that I'm in cahoot with if I had that attitude? You see the attitude that they take towards lawyers? You see the mindset that they get y'all to believe, and it's only leads you deeper in a ditch, way farther than you really want to be. But don't listen to me, just see it play out in real time.
When the tenant took possession and the historical facts as to the sheriff's deed and the redemption period.
Right, Judge. So the way, and I can have my client sworn in to identify for the court the specific facts. The actual scenario is the homeowner, which I believe are that the Houstons were residing there, and they had a mortgage. The mortgage fell into to default, and the property was placed. For foreclosure, and it went to a sheriff's sale. And my client was a successful.
It went into default on the mortgage or on the tax bill?
On the mortgage, Judge.
Okay, and who held the mortgage?
Genesis it's Genesis Credit Union, as reflected in the sheriff's deed.
All right.
And my client, when it was put up for public auction, my client actually was the highest bidder, concluded that transaction through Oakland County, and then the sheriff's deed on the mortgage sale was issued and then ultimately recorded after the 6-month period of time. So we're here today. No, there's been no participation, and the court will note, I mean, you heard a little bit this morning on the record, which is why you muted the defendant. There were some.
Okay, so what happened was they didn't pay a mortgage. Well, he didn't, whoever, they didn't pay their mortgage. They sold the house. So it looks like they're in a non-judicial state. They sold the house. This the lawyers representing the person who brought the house. So since they brought the house, now they're the owner of the house. Now they got to go to eviction court to put them out. Normally, this can happen when they buy the house. The owner will show up and be like, hey, do you want to rent this from me? I truly believe that if that opportunity presented itself and you had no other lines of defense or you don't know who I am, I think you should rent the house for them and until you get yourself situated. But this is normally what happens. They sell the house. The new owner comes by. This person probably filed about 5,000 documents, probably taped up his house with notices and fee schedules and trespassing that never gets honored. Like your fee schedules never. Yeah, you really think they're scared of your frivolous fee schedules with 1-3UCC-1308 at the bottom of it? You really think they're scared of your frivolous $5 trillion fee schedules? They don't care. You're not scaring no one. All they're gonna do is wipe their ass with it. That's as much value as it has. Your fee schedules has as much value as a used piece of toilet paper.
Documents filed in this matter by Mr. Houston and
all sovereign citizen, all sovereign citizen, the shit that you can go on Scribd, all the shit that you can go on Scribd, they go right on Scribd, remix the words, come back online and sell it. That's all it is. A whole bunch of babbling.
Why you muted the defendant, there were some documents filed in this matter by Mr. Houston, and if the court has read them, that's great. But it's pretty much it's the kind of things that he's saying, nobody has jurisdiction over him. You can't take away the property and whatever. Bottom line is he had a mortgage, went into default. We were the successful bidder at the sheriff's sale. 6-month period of redemption has passed. No payments were made, and we want to take possession.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me just be honest with you here. Once none of those ramblings that you're filing in court is working, at some point, when do you shift into a plan B and plan C? Well, you got 6 months to redeem. If it's too much, then you can't. Listen, let's say you don't know anybody else that can help you. You know you can still sell your house, even though you're in default. You know you can sell your house. There's corporations that will buy your house from you. And I know I got a partner that knows people that they buy homes. They do investment. They will actually buy your house from you, give you about $10,000 location, and they'll order the U-Haul trucks for you. Hey, if you got to move into an apartment, start over, but it's better than this. Would you think life is going to be 100% peaches and creams? You got to start over? I had to start over. I had to build it back up from the ground up. I done had it all, lost it all, had it, lost it, got it back again. That's life. But this is worse than that. Because not only are you about to be put out the house, you have nothing to fall back on. At least sell the house, recoup a little bit, and even if you just pay the bank off, you can always start back over again. Everybody acts like it's either going to be the Big Bang Theory or nothing at all. I mean, golly.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Houston, I have a question for you, and that is whether within the 6-month redemption period, you did anything to redeem the property.
Nope.
Officer Denham, we need Mr. Houston unmuted.
I've entered onto the record in that first case that third party was just talking about, proof that mortgage has been discharged by Genesis Credit Union.
Okay. Now, this is where it gets tricky. Unless you satisfy the lien yourself, if someone comes and buys the home, the banks or the credit union, you got a credit union at that, even worse, because credit unions don't sell securities on the secondary market. So you really got to hit them from a balance sheet standpoint. Like you really got to hit them hard. So when that takes place, it's either they're going to, when they buy the home, they're going to issue you a satisfaction of lien. Now, the difference is when they send you a satisfaction of lien, because that's probably what he's talking about, the escrow is going to determine whether you got the satisfaction lien yourself or the other party paid it, the title company. They're going to give you the information to the party that paid it. So the discharge that he's talking about is the fact that they sent him a satisfaction of lien. But the satisfaction of lien was because the person bid was the successful bidder. And I guarantee you the escrow documents are going to substantiate that.
And it was discharged before October. It was actually discharged in July.
What do you mean by discharged?
It was discharged. The mortgage is paid in full.
No, see, there you go. Once again, because they use this word discharge online. Discharge means, yes, there was an obligation to pay, but you're no longer obligated to perform under the contract. Discharge is a term that is synonymous with bankruptcy court. Discharge doesn't mean paid in full. Stop using that term unless you're in bankruptcy. Golly.
Discharged. And it was entered into the record of the first case.
I have several
Before the redemption
filings.
period was even over.
Did you file
Before
that?
the redemption period was over. I didn't file it over. I filed it in the first case. It's still evidence in that first case that he referenced.
One moment. Attorney Hirschfuss, am I saying it right? Hirschfuss.
I still object to him even speaking in this matter. He's a third party intervener.
No, that's only applies when you don't show up to court, but your lawyer shows up to court on your behalf. Something like an emergency went down the day before. Your lawyer will come in and make a special appearance on your behalf. It doesn't mean you show up and say, I'm here, but I'm making a special appearance. It doesn't apply in that context.
Going to speak. That's my decision.
Everything that he
Please
said
don't
is
interrupt.
scandalous and
Okay, you're muted again.
prejudicial.
Sir, did you obtain a copy of the original file?
No. Let me just indicate for the court what the discharge he speaks of.
Yes.
The Genesis discharged the mortgage because we paid it off.
You're rocking with the best.
Nah, new culture, you don't know how the procedure works. You don't know how it goes. You just be talking. You don't be having lawyers verify you in real time, judges verify you in real time. You don't know what you're talking about. Hell nah. That's not how it goes.
Let me just indicate for the court what the discharge he speaks of.
Yes.
The Genesis discharged the mortgage because we paid it off. So there is it's, by the way, it's not a discharge, it's called a satisfaction of mortgage.
Nah, you're rocking with the best.
Nah. You still don't know what you're talking about, new culture. Who cares if you've been right all day? You still don't know what you're talking about. I know.
Yes.
And it's dated on May the 24th, 2022, and recorded in Oakland County Register of Deeds office on June 2nd, 2022.
All right. I have not yet adjourned it to continue, sir, but go ahead. You were going to read the discharge.
It says satisfaction of mortgage. Know all men by these presents that Genesis Credit Union of Auburn Hills does hereby certify that a certain mortgage dated May 3rd, 2018, made and executed by LaShawn Leon Houston and Kimberly B. Houston, husband and wife, to Genesis Credit Union and recorded in the Register of Deeds office for the County of Oakland, Michigan. The lot and everything, the tax parcel and all that is fully paid, satisfied, and hereby discharged as of today's date, 5/24/2022.
Oh my gosh, you cannot be this dumb. It's because they paid it. It's their home now. Like, what is so hard for you to understand that? Oh, you think that they just paid the debt for you. I told you they always think everything is theirs. Like, everything is just theirs.
Thank you. And that is the same document that the attorney for the owner has read into the record, sir. And so he's indicated that it's his client, Mr. or Shepherd Properties LLC, who satisfied that mortgage by paying it off. In what amount, sir? In what amount, Mr.?
Judge,
A deed or bond found with the debtor is presumed to be paid. He has no mortgage with his name on it. He has no proof that he's an adverse party or that he's a bona fide party to this matter. He has no proof that he gave any consideration to the sheriff and the.
Oh, just stop it. Just fucking stop it. He bought the house at a sheriff's sale. This is what people like him think like. They think that just because you wasn't the original party to the mortgage, he's basically saying, thank you for paying my mortgage. I'll have my home. I'm about to have my home back for now. Thank you. Thank you for paying my mortgage, though. I appreciate you paying my mortgage. Thank you. It doesn't work like that in real life. Oh my gosh, he cannot be this where that service is a bug. You get bit by that bug. I'm telling you.
Sheriff gave any consideration to me in order to sell my private property in the first place, which is actually owned by a trust, and the Oakland County Register of Deeds and the Oakland County Treasurer has been notice of that property has been transferred into trust.
Okay, what it means by the property being transferred into trust is what they come online and teach you. They think that you can take your deed of trust, a copy, or your mortgage, transfer it into your trust while it still has a lien on it, knowing that you ain't fully paid off yet, whether it's your auto too. And since that it's now in your trust, that no third party can collect now because the trust now owns the property. What they forgot to tell y'all when they was selling these packages on y'all how to do it, it's called piercing the corporate veil. Meaning, you cannot transfer any property into a trust that you do not have free and clear title to, because the trust ownership would not be recognized in court. Now, you follow my teachings and you get title to your property free and clear. See, now you can transfer that into a trust because now it has no liens on it. So now the trust will not be the owner free and clear, meaning nobody can come take that because the trust has the priority interest in it. But I guarantee they didn't tell y'all when you go do that, you got to pay like the transfer fee. See, that's when it's legit. Not this transferred into the trust while you still got 20 years of payments left on the mortgage. That one stays off the foreclosure.
As of 2021. So at what point in time did the sheriff give consideration to me or my trust for my property in order to sell it in the first place?
Sir, you would have to consult an attorney about that process.
I don't need to
However,
speak to an attorney. I'm here my own proper person in my own right.
And that's the biggest problems. And 98% of these pro se sui juris legal beagles, they don't want to seek professional counsel. That's the problem right there.
I'm suing you this. I don't need no attorney. He's no guardian over me. I'm not a minor.
All right.
There you go. The 1666 Sesti V Act. I was minor, I was lost, but now I'm found. Yeah, a British law that never had any applicability in the United States. The 1666 Sesti V Act was a British law. You know what that's considered over here? Foreign law. And foreign law has no force or effect over United States law. But continue with your 1666 Sesti V Act.
Thank you.
Now, furthermore,
you're going to be muted now in order for me to address
Can I have
some
your
of
name?
what you.
Can I have your name, please?
My name should be on the screen, or you're on the phone.
I don't have the screen open. I'm on a telephone. Can I have your name, please?
Yes, when I'm ready
The
to
man
give it
can't
to
speak.
you. When I'm ready to give it to you. Please mute Mr. Houston so that I can address his issues. All right, so we will adjourn this until, or continue it on January 18th, 2023 in the afternoon. The docket time will be stated on the notice of hearing that is mailed to the parties and counsel.
Very good, Judge.
And the reason for the continuance is for the plaintiff to present the satisfaction and the recorded deed. And Mr. Houston, my name is Judge Sheila Miller Martin. All right, we can unmute Mr. Houston before closing for today.
Could you repeat that, please? Repeat that, please. You said Sheila Miller Martin.
That's correct.
Have you taken an oath to uphold the Constitution?
Told you. Told you. When everything else in the playbook runs out, now he's about to start trying to attack and sue the judge. I told you. I told you. Whenever they ask for an oath of office, it's always at the point when none of their ramblings has been recognized by the judge. So in his mind, he thinks the judge is violating his rights. But for people who understands law, understands court proceedings, everything has been by the book.
Judge.
Sir, I don't answer those types of questions. I'm not a
Have you
witness
taken
or a
an
party.
oath? Have you taken an oath? That is a question for you, Judge. All you
Goodbye.
have to do is say you've taken an oath.
Peninsula Place versus Trellis Lane.
Lawrence Crefman for the plaintiff, Your Honor.
All right. I got that out the way. All right. Are you more legal beagles?
86771.
Thank you. And Mr. Michaud, your name for the record, sir.
I am the beneficiary of the.
There you go. I told you. There you go. Already. The beneficiary of what? Of what? Of what? And y'all be thinking I just be saying this stuff. I told you, TikTok, YouTube, I told you, it's just court case, and they're all doing and saying the same thing that they come online and teach and tell you how to buy, and none of it works. Now you're getting real life action.
Frank Anthony Massot, Junior Estate, making a special appearance, not general. And I appoint you as my trustee for the record.
There you go. A bunch of babbling.
And Mr. Michaud, were you able to hear Mr. Sullivan indicate that he is standing by as shadow counsel?
I heard him.
Okay. This case is scheduled this morning for PCC. How are we proceeding?
I'm here challenging the jurisdiction for the record, ma'am.
Another one, different court case, same sovereign citizen rhetoric. What does he come and do? I'm here on your initial PCC vision, but this is not even the right time to bring it up. And the first thing you want to do is challenge jurisdiction. Do they ever, do you think they ever want to do it according to the court rules of procedure? Number one, this is not the right time. Number two, it has to be put in a motion, not your notices, affidavits, a motion. And then you have to serve the other party again. And then the judge sets a hearing on it. The parties argue their positions, and then the judge makes a ruling. And then they continue with the proceedings because it's not getting thrown out.
Judge, the people are prepared to set a preliminary exam in regards to this matter.
And you notice how they just clearly ignored him. I told you, they just steamroll right over top of you. They don't even pay no mind.
Mr. Michaud, you're able to raise that at the exam date.
What did I say? It was too premature, too early for him to raise it right now. What did I say? It was too early. But nah, I don't know. I don't know court rules of procedure and timing. Oh no.
The allegations that these events occurred at Detroit Metro Airport, which is located in the city of Romulus. Are you ready to have the exam scheduled, sir?
Got your tongue?
I'm not here to
Mr.
have an
Michaud?
exam. Still trying to wonder why we moving forward with even having an exam, especially after not having by the due process even having a probable cause hearing.
This is exactly where it's at. That's exactly what you're there for. Like you just got locked up. You got locked up at the airport. You didn't get locked up in the seas. You didn't get locked up in the ocean. You got locked up at an airport. And this is the closest court that's in the jurisdiction of the airport. Why do people want to fit a square peg in a round hole so bad? Godly.
It's not a problem. It's probable cause conference, sir, at which time the parties will indicate if they're ready to proceed to exam, if there's a plea or a waiver or some other resolution. So at this time, the assisting prosecuting attorney has requested that an exam be set. Are you prepared to have the exam scheduled?
No, as me here challenging the jurisdiction for the record, I want to put on the record that once the jurisdiction is challenged, the court cannot proceed when it clearly appears that the court lacks jurisdiction. The court has no authority to reach matters, but rather should dismiss the action. That's Mello versus U.S. for the record.
Mello versus U.S. for the record. Once again, they think that they recite that ancient old case and that they could that just bypass the rules. So they think that means you just go into court and challenge jurisdiction. Right. Of course it does. Okay. Right.
And that's Mello versus U.S. for the record.
And sir, what is it that you find, what is your allegation regarding the jurisdiction?
Well, what is the jurisdiction that the court is operating up under, ma'am? The Sixth Amendment.
The court has already,
the right
Mr. Michaud, the court has already indicated that the allegation is that this event occurred at Detroit Metro Airport, which is located in the city of Romulus. Are you indicating that this event that brings us here to court did not occur in the city of Romulus?
That's your jurisdiction right there. That's your jurisdiction right there.
Well, I would like to know what jurisdiction is this court operating up under, so that.
Oh, let me guess. He wants to know whether it's common law or Admiralty Maritime jurisdiction. Let me take a wild guess.
I can properly defend myself and represent myself for the record.
Okay. And this is the part what makes them disingenuous. They all know it's a criminal case. They all know it's a criminal jurisdiction. They all know he's brought under the criminal statute. They all know. But what they'll do is say, I need to know what jurisdiction this is so I can properly defend myself. It wouldn't matter if Moses slapped you in the face with the hand of God. You still wouldn't be able to know how to adequately defend yourself with your sovereign citizen babbling.
So the Sixth Amendment grants me the right to know the nature and causes of these actions. So I would like to know what jurisdiction are you operating up under?
Sir, what the file indicates is that there's an offense dated February 23rd, 2021. And again, that the case happened at Detroit Metro Airport, which is located in the city of Romulus. That is a jurisdiction within this court's parameters. So that being the case, would you like to have an exam scheduled?
Told you. Go steamroll right over top of it. This is there you go, right over top of it.
No, I would like to have under what jurisdiction are you proceeding with for it so I can properly defend myself.
You don't even know how to defend yourself, even if you do. But y'all, this is the delay and stall tactics that they teach people to do. So he's going to keep saying it, and y'all do know when they this is what takes the cookie here. They will ask the judge, is this Admiralty or maritime jurisdiction? And the judge says neither. And then they'll proceed to tell the judge that the judge is wrong. Well, if you were already right, why did you ask the judge? Oh, God.
On what
I've said it
jurisdiction?
I've said it 3 times already, Mr. Michaud. If you have indications or information that the event as alleged did not occur in the city of Romulus, I'll hear it at the exam date.
That's not a jurisdiction. The jurisdiction has to either be one or two. Is this common law or admiralty jurisdiction, or is for the record?
What did I just say? What did I just say? That's what they all do. When a judge gives them an answer, they tell the judge is wrong. They say, no, it's either this or this. You ask the judge gives you the legal answer, then you say, no, judge, you're wrong. And then you wonder why these people don't win. Is if there's any reason why you need to doubt why these people don't win, no need no more. And trust me, you sovereign citizen legal beagles, we will deliver you with...
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby, folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume with stories in the fine lines.
You gave me a location,
Michaud?
a jurisdiction.
Mr. Michaud,
For the record, you gave me a location. It has to either be one or two.
that the event as alleged did not occur in the city of Romulus, I'll hear it at the exam date.
That's not a jurisdiction. The jurisdiction has to either be one or two. Is this common law or admiralty jurisdiction, or is for the record? You gave me a location, a jurisdiction.
They go to semantics games. Oh, they love to play the semantics game.
Mr. Michaud, respectfully, what we'll do this morning is either schedule an exam, adjourn the PCC, or waive the exam. One of those 3 things.
Well, the law requires proof of jurisdiction to appear on the record of the administrative agency in all administrative proceedings. That's Higgins versus Levine. So I still would like to know under what jurisdictions.
How much you want to bet that these case laws that he's citing are not the case laws that are in the state that he's in right now? Because one thing about this community, they'll love to be in Arizona and cite a Maryland case, which has no legal binding effect. They'll love to be in Texas and cite a California case. They'll love to be in Philly and cite a South Carolina case. You know, they never cite cases that are within their jurisdiction that are authoritative and are persuasive and have some procedural precedent history around it. Oh, they don't never understand the procedural posture of the jurisdictions that they operate. Oh, no, that's too much like right for them.
So that I can properly defend myself, not the location. I need to know what jurisdiction is this court operating up under.
Mr. Michaud?
It wouldn't be a violation of your oath of office to tell me.
Oh, look at that good script. Tell them, oh, Judge, it won't violate your oath of office to tell me. Look at that straight from the script. That's a script.
Mr. Michaud, for probable cause conference, and I'm sure that you've heard this before, we're doing one of a few things. We are scheduling the exam, we're adjourning the PCC, or we're waiving the exam. How are we proceeding?
We can't proceed until jurisdiction is proven on a record so that I can fully have an understanding of what's going on. I still don't understand what is going on without jurisdiction being proven on the record.
What don't you understand, sir?
I don't understand what jurisdiction are you operating up under. I have the right to know. And are you denying me my right to know what jurisdiction are you operating up under? Because it is your constitutional oath to let me know what jurisdiction it is that you are operating up under. And you still have not yet.
This is the 34th District Court, Mr. Michaud.
That's not a jurisdiction.
It is a jurisdiction, you dingbat. It is a jurisdiction. She gets her jurisdiction by the 10th Amendment. Then she gets her further jurisdiction by the state constitution and then the legislator. It took place in the 34th district where the airport was located. You was arrested at the airport. This is the closest court to the jurisdiction has been established. Matter of fact, jurisdiction has been established before you was even born. Like, move on.
That's not a constitutional jurisdiction, ma'am.
You idiot. Did you not hear what I just said? Didn't I say the 10th Amendment and then the state constitution? Do you not hear what I just said?
Common law or amity? Is this criminal or civil?
It's a criminal case, sir.
Okay, if it's
The criminal case where it's alleged that you were a felon in possession of a firearm and that you carried a concealed weapon.
This is why he's fighting so hard. Makes sense. Trying to duck that federal case, because you know the ATF coming. Possession of firearm by a convicted felon. Oh, you going straight to the feds for that. And you was at an airport too. The feds will be picking this case up. The ATF will be the U.S. Marshals will be there and take them to the nearest federal holding detention center. That's where you're on your way to. And I think you know that. And this is why you're fighting. I told you behind all these arguments is always some underlying reason why they're really doing it. Yeah, I understand you.
And then count 3, felony firearm. Those are the allegations. I've given you the 3 counts in this matter. I've given you the date of the offense, and I've given you the location of the offense. We can do one of 3 things this morning, sir. We can adjourn the PCC, we can schedule the exam, or you may waive the exam. Which would you like to do this morning?
I want to have my rights given to me, and my right is to have the jurisdiction of the court. That's just for the record.
I've already indicated to you, sir, what the court is.
Is this common law or amity? That's the only jurisdictions that we can, that I know of. You still haven't acknowledged neither one. And
so notice that what we've been going over this whole live stream, how we started off the live stream covering amity. Don't it just hit different now when you see people come and make these arguments now? Like they know they just walking themselves off a cliff, just like everybody that was in my comment on TikTok talk about I was wrong on the amity thing. Doesn't it just feel New Culture Empire? Doesn't it just feel so vindicated? Don't you feel vindicated for me?
I still don't understand what's going on. Until you acknowledge one or the other, we still haven't got jurisdiction on the record.
Mr. Michaud, do you intend to represent yourself in this matter going forward?
I would like to know jurisdiction so I can properly proceed to present myself properly. I can't properly present myself or defend myself without knowing what jurisdiction that you're operating upon. And you said it was criminal, so if it's criminal, for a crime to exist, there must be an injured party, a corpus delicti. There can be no sanction imposed or penalty imposed on one because of this constitutional right. So if this is a criminal, where is the injured party? Who have I injured? I have the right to face my accuser.
No, see, once again, you still think this is 1844. We're in the 2020s. The injured party is the state, the people, and the citizens as a whole. This is why the state prosecutor on behalf of the state, you broke a law that was statute. You broke a law, which is evidenced by the statute. The law is what was passed by the General Assembly or the legislator per their state constitution, granting them authority. They got further federal authority by the 10th Amendment, because anything that's not expressly listed in the Constitution is reserved to the states as the state of California, or to the people as the people of New York. The state legislators pass laws to protect the safety and well-being of each state citizens or residents in their state. So when you break the laws in a state, you have violated the laws of that state, and it's the citizens as a whole who the state is representing, because it is implied that you're living in the state, you're going to follow all the state laws. So you violated the state law, they're prosecuting you for it. It is as simple as that. There's no deep esoteric meaning. There's no gold fringe that matters. There's no secret amity jurisdiction where they're trying to contract with you. None of that crap matters.
Face the one who was bringing these allegations against me, ma'am.
Mr. Michaud, if you wish to be able to defend yourself and hear witnesses against you, the court is happy to schedule the exam. Is that what you're asking this morning?
No, as I appointed you as my trustee, I demand that you dismiss these actions for no corpus electi, no proper jurisdiction.
I'm so tired of that damn corpus delecti, corpus delecti, corpus delecti, corpus delecti, corpus delecti, corpus delecti, corpus delecti. Just shut up.
No proper crime. Injured party.
Mr. Muhammad, your response to Mr. Michel's request that this case be dismissed.
Judge, the people's position is we would object to dismissing this case on the basis of lack of jurisdiction. As you mentioned earlier, this crime did occur in the county of Wayne, and thus we do have jurisdiction.
And that's as simple as it gets.
There is no jurisdiction without an injured party, for the record. So I would like to face the injured party for the record.
And Judge, my response is, then we should
Yes, sir.
Then I believe we should set this for a preliminary exam.
I object to that, ma'am. You cannot proceed without jurisdiction being provided on the record. And you being my trustee, for the record, ma'am, you have to dismiss this case as I
See, this is another thing that I don't get with these people. They think they could just unilaterally appoint titles of nobility to themselves. They could appoint offices to the judge. Like and for these people that always want to cite trust law, they probably never talked to a wills and estate attorney, a trust attorney, which I have. What you don't do is just unilaterally appoint someone a trustee. There has to be an appointment and an acceptance of the office. So nobody's accepting your frivolous trustee offices. The judge will have to accept that office. If the judge does not accept that office, there's no legitimate trustee there. But I don't know what I'm talking about. Once again, just continue to follow the script.
I demand for the record.
Your request to have this matter dismissed is denied. Mr. Michaud, my question will remain the same. Would you wish the court to schedule an exam? Do you wish to waive that exam and have your case bound over to Third Circuit Court, Frank Murphy Hall of Justice? Or do you wish to adjourn the PCC? Those are your options this morning, sir. They're going to stay the same.
I would like for jurisdiction to be provided for the record, and that if not, I demand dismissal for the record.
This case will not be dismissed, sir. Would you like the exam scheduled? Would you like to waive the exam, or would you like to adjourn the PCC?
Again, jurisdiction for the record. We cannot proceed without, when once jurisdiction is challenged, again, the court cannot proceed when it clearly appears that the court lacks jurisdiction. The court has no authority to reach matters, but rather should dismiss the action. That is.
Well, the problem with that is there's no evidence that this court does not have jurisdiction. Just because you're reading right now from a sovereign citizen script that you got sent through the mail, or some type of law library, or some type of legal beagle that told you say this in court and you're gonna walk, it doesn't change the facts.
Mello versus US.
Mr. Michaud, this is the last time that I will say this. I've indicated to you that this court is the 34th District Court, that this case is criminal in nature, and the allegations that it occurred at Detroit Metro Airport, which is located in the city of Romulus. If there's something you wish to present, you may do so at the exam. You may present your motions at the exam date. So do you want an exam? Would you like the case to be waived, or would you like to adjourn the PCC to confer with Mr. Sullivan?
No, I would like for this case to just be dismissed because the lack of providing a proper jurisdiction would make it seem like there's some secret jurisdiction being held against me without me knowing.
What do we say from the document we read earlier? What we read earlier. What did we say? There is always, Admiralty always has to be some secret jurisdiction. It just can't be cut and dry as civil or criminal. Notice how Admiralty, from what we read from the official statutes that navigates the high seas and the waters and the oceans and the crimes and paths and contracts that's related to shipping goods. Notice how that's the legal definition of Admiralty, but the way they apply it has to be the secret jurisdiction that they have to use against you. Typical sovereign citizen mentality, playbook, rhetoric, theories, decorum, behavior, he got the whole outfit on.
And I don't consent to any jurisdiction that you have presented. I reserve all my rights for the record.
Understood. And that being the case, Mr. Sullivan, is there anything you'd like to add, sir?
Judge, I don't know what to say. I'm not sure that that I still have authority to represent Mr. Michaud. I will say that Mr. Michaud has made his arguments, a couple times, and I think that the arguments have been, or the motions have been denied. And I've explained to him that those motions, his arguments are preserved on the record, and that he maintains the ability to appeal any denial of his motion to dismiss. He would be able to appeal that first at the circuit court level and then up to the Court of Appeals. So I've done my best to advise him of his rights to continue making that argument. I will also, I think the court may already be aware that Mr. Michaud is not in custody on this case. He's in custody on a contempt of court that Judge Oakley sentenced him to back at the end of January. So I don't know that there is, unlike clients that are in custody, a reason to expedite the setting of the preliminary exam. So I really, I want to defer to Mr. Michaud's stated interest, what it is that he wants to do with this case. I've given him advice, and I don't know what I can do beyond that.
Of course, you was giving him the legal rules, procedures, but sovereign citizens like him, they don't ever want to hear that. They want you to make their frivolous claims for them. And this is why they want to represent themselves, because any lawyer that would represent those frivolous claims that they may lose their license. They may get referred to the bar, and they damn sure is getting sanctioned and getting hit with a fine. The only way he's getting away with this garbage because he's pro se. But no licensed attorney will ever sit in court and make a fool out of themselves by raising these frivolous sovereign citizen arguments.
Again, I don't want to create any conflict in my representation.
And Mr. Sullivan, the court wasn't asking you to. The court has heard Mr. Michaud's arguments. The record has been made. Your statements have been preserved, Mr. Michaud. And at this time, the court can do one of two things. We can schedule you for an exam next week. We have space available next Wednesday, the 28th. We can adjourn this matter for another PCC next Wednesday morning at 8:30, or you may waive your exam. Your response is one of those three things, please, sir.
Well, my response, I want to ask you a question. Are you honoring your oath to the Constitution today?
Well,
yes, sir.
Isn't that the second one who's asked that question when he gets to the end and realize they're not budging? Isn't that the second? We 2 for 2 today, ain't we? Ain't we 2 for 2? That's the second one who asked that question when the judge not budging. See, TikTok, this is what they're not going to show you when they talk about these arguments on TikTok. New Coach Empire YouTube, y'all already hit, or y'all should be hit. But TikTok, we trying to get them into the fold. This is what they're not going to show you. Real live cases where people have been sitting for damn near 30 minutes trying to raise those same claims and it's going nowhere. See, this is what they're not showing you. See, they're not going to show you case law, live cases where people have made these arguments and won. And I don't want to hear, they're not going to show it. All this stuff is Zoom. All this is public. I don't want to hear it. Go over 200-something cases of people making these arguments dating back to the early 80s. Early 80s. And none of them has won. So I ain't hear that, they're not going to show it. See, they're going to deny you in public, but honor it in private. Man, get the crap out of here with that garbage.
Hey, and I accept your oath, and upon you honor your oath.
Then Mr. Michaud, no. I've answered your question. I've now given you your options multiple times. The court has other cases. Are we scheduling an exam for next Wednesday? Are you waiving your right to have the exam? Or would you like another PCC next Wednesday morning at 8:30 so you have time to consider your options and how you will proceed in this case?
I demand a dismissal for lack of jurisdiction for the record.
Your request is denied, sir. The record's preserved. If you wish to appeal that decision, you may do so in writing properly filed. Again, exam, waiver, or adjourn PCC.
Dismissal for the record.
You know what she said? Put it in writing. Remember I said?
I demand that you dismiss this for not, you cannot move once jurisdiction is challenged, the court cannot proceed for the record, ma'am.
And Judge, for the record, the people would like to request a preliminary exam. There will be no plea offer. We did already have a probable cause conference in this case, so we are prepared to move forward, Judge, just for the record.
Marianne, is there space next Wednesday?
And once again, they're now offering, they're moving right along. So y'all tell you TikTok gurus when they see jurisdiction, you're going to get in court, you're going to challenge it. They got to stop it right then and there and establish it. Y'all say, we heard it live on the new coaches channel. They not stopping it. That ain't gonna work. I need y'all to tell them, I heard it with my own ears. YouTube, I saw it with my own eyes. You can't do that. Ain't working. So anybody that's teaching that, advocating for that, it means two things. They just try to get some dollars out of you, or they don't even have a clue of what they're talking about themselves as the teacher.
Wednesday afternoon.
Yes, Judge, at 2:30.
I object. Court cannot proceed without jurisdiction for the record.
I know you said it 5,000 times. I know.
Jurisdiction has not been provided for the record, so that I may.
Mr. Michaud, the court has responded and provided the appropriate information to you. The exam will be scheduled for next Wednesday, February 28, 2024, 2:30 p.m. in person here in courtroom number 1. If there is a motion that you want the court to consider, the court will take it up as a preliminary part of the exam.
That is the proper time to raise it. You're not going to get anywhere with it, but that is, see, once again, court is about time. Y'all, I wish that there was a simplified method of explaining court, but what the reality gets to it is, you got your court rules, you got the procedure, you got the case law, you got the procedural history of the court, you got the procedural posture of any particular case, you got the rules of evidence, you got the pleadings and motions, the stylings of them, you got the rules on how to present your evidence, then you got the rules of evidence on how to present that evidence. Your exhibits has to pass the evidence. Business records, exemption to the hearsay rule. Then it has pre-trial motions and pleadings, summary judgments, that they got their own rules for that. And then most of all, you got the nuances of court in which one gains understanding of through experience.
Anything else, Mr. Mohammed?
Nothing from the people, Judge. Thank you.
Well, if that's nothing else for the people, we get to the flashback of this right here. And y'all need to, come on.
Your Honor, I submitted to the court a lease agreement dated November 12, 2024. I'd be moving for that to be admitted as plaintiff's exhibit.
And these battle appearance, especially not generally.
Not specially, not just, there you go. I told you, it's all over the world. This is how they come into court, y'all. So TikTok, don't be all scared, all in their chat, like, because first, y'all was commenting like, yeah. Well, not y'all. I ain't gonna say y'all here, but I know people out there, they be like, yeah, that's how it goes. Now, those who stuck around and watched this live, I guarantee they're gonna be in the chat, but they won't be typing no more. They'll be quiet as hell now. Because they're gonna be thinking, like, well, hold on. You're going to be analyzing your teacher more now. See, at least what I do is I get the students to start thinking more. Like, hold on. I get you to start challenging. And you may not like it, but you know I be asking the same questions that y'all be thinking you just don't want to say.
Thank you. All right, we're here for the continuation of the hearing today. Battle when you're not speaking. You said, can I mute my mic when I'm not speaking? Correct. Thank you.
Let's get to it.
All right. Mr. Fantera, I believe that we are in the middle of your, well, actually it was Ms. Battles. Direct.
Yeah, I think Ms. Battle was cross-examining Ms. Charles.
That's correct. Ms. Battle, are you ready to proceed?
Yes. So Don, do you have a signed lease between me and you in this case?
Yes.
Did I ever waive my rights or agree to terms in writing?
Oh, yes, with that gun case, it's most definitely going federal. It's most definitely going federal. I'm actually look up his case. The ATF always picks those up. 65% of federal inmates are probation violations and possession of firearm by a convicted felon. They passed the act back in 2013 where normally gun charges would be state and the feds pick up gun charges left and right. Feds pick up gun charges left and right. Trust me, I think I know what I'm talking about on that one. For those of you who know me.
What's the question? Did I ever waive any of my rights or agree to your terms in writing?
Your Honor, I object. I have no idea what that means.
Meaning that there are waivers inside of the lease.
Your Honor, she's got a signed lease. That lease was, we moved to have that admitted last time, and it was admitted. Ms. Battle did not object. So I don't know what she's asking right now when she talks about a waiver. She signed the lease.
Okay, that's fine. Are you aware of the notice of rescission that was sent?
Yes. I object. Rescission, we can't go down this road again.
Why are we not going down the road?
Let him finish his objection, please.
Okay.
Your Honor, this case is not about rescission. It's about, this is a non-payment of rent, pay and stay case. The question is, how much money does she owe in order to stay in her lease?
And that's as simple as it gets. So normally, y'all, this is a situation where this person's back against the wall. Obviously, you can see there's kids, hear kids in the background, probably about 3,000-4,000 behind on rent. And when you're in a desperate situation like this, you're pretty much going to throw whatever you can at the wall and hope it sticks. And instead of being in that position, in that mindset, you will be better served.
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby, folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume with stories in the fine lines.
She believes, and she stated, and she was overruled by Judge Vandenberg, and I believe by you, that her belief that she rescinded her lease and therefore she gets to stay until she finds a new place is not the law, and she should not be allowed to pursue that line of questioning. This is not about rescission, which, by the way, she hasn't done anyway.
All right. So your argument is that her question is not a legal question and therefore you object.
It's not based upon law.
It is based upon, what law is it not based upon? It's based upon common law.
You have not proven or stated any laws or facts that back what you're saying. Unlike me,
So her right to rescind the contract is based on common law, YouTube. Common law.
I have.
Yeah, but you stated them all wrong. And one of the things you stated was the Magna Carta, which was in the 12th century in England.
No, I stated it under common law
Please
and
stop.
landlord-tenant acts.
That's not, we're not under common law anymore, ma'am, and that's a part of the problem with sovereign citizens. They think they know the law when they don't. That is
Well,
not.
that sounds
Uh-oh.
tenant acts.
In the 12th century.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did y'all hear what just took place?
Law.
It is based upon, what law is it not based upon? It's based upon common law. You have not proven or stated any laws or facts that back what you're saying. Unlike me, I have.
Yeah, but you stated them all wrong. And one of the things you stated was the Magna Carta, which was in the 12th century in England.
Hey, did they still tell y'all to pursue that too? They tell y'all to put that on your documents still today? Don't tell me they tell y'all to put those Magna Carta on there.
No, I stated it under common law
Please
and
stop.
landlord-tenant acts.
That's not, we're not under common law anymore, ma'am, and that's a part of the problem with sovereign citizens. They think they know the law when they don't.
Landlord-tenant acts.
They know the law when they not, we're not under common law anymore, ma'am, and that's a part of the problem with sovereign citizens. They think they know the law when they don't.
Well, what do you got to say about that? It's coming from the judge. It's the problem with sovereign citizens. They think they know the law, but they don't. They have no clue of the law. It's all pseudo legal package pushing documents, templates, ebooks. Join my class. I'm going to help you get out your debt. We're going to wait for them to sue you. Then we're going to challenge the debt. It's a 90-day thing. But I'm going to give you the documents to go file. Why? They're going to teach you about court rules and procedure. They're going to teach you about timing. They're going to teach you about motions and pleadings. They're going to teach you how to structure your motion. They're going to teach you what arguments to raise. Are they going to teach you how to research authoritative case law, binding case law? Are they going to teach you about the nuances of court and only which one can gain through experience? Are they going to give you the whole thing, or are they going to give you a magic bullet of a document and that's going to get you out the debt that you really don't want to pay anyway? You tell me.
That is
Well,
not.
that sounds prejudiced and biased because I'm not a sovereign citizen. So it seems like you're trying to group me in with them. And
okay, one of the things that you know when you're dealing with a sovereign citizen is call them a sovereign citizen and wait for their response, because nobody calls a sovereign citizen just because how they look. It's the words that you use, the lingo, the frivolous cases and laws and doctrines that they cite. But when you call someone a sovereign citizen, this is how they're going to respond. There's no such thing as a sovereign citizen. You can't be a sovereign and a citizen. A sovereign citizen is an oxymoron. That was from the early 1990s scripts that they was telling their groups, because they were first coming in saying they were sovereign citizens. But when they realized they started getting more pushback from the courts, they said, when you're called sovereign citizen, you respond in one of the three ways. So people who I've called that today, that's always been one of their responses, not knowing, they don't even realize that their response is coming from the script that they don't even know the origins of the same script that they're using as a response to being called a sovereign citizen.
that I am not.
Well, whatever you're using as your basis is still not correct. It is not the
It
law.
is. It's still under MTL and it's under the Landlord-Tenant Act.
Overruled.
My objection is overruled, Your Honor.
No, the objection is sustained. Her question, it cannot be asked.
So you're saying I can't ask about the contract that's in question?
No, I'm saying that you have no basis for asking whether the contract was rescinded or not.
Why would I not have basis for asking if the contract was
Because
rescinded?
that's not the law. You don't get to unilaterally rescind anything, ma'am.
Well, again, as I stated.
My ruling, I'm not arguing with you anymore about it.
Right. It's not an argument. So just let the record show that there is no law or basis to what she's saying. And she has not yet stated any law or fact behind this objection. to
Ma'am,
asking these
please
questions.
move
I will
on.
continue. I will continue.
No, ma'am. You haven't stated any law basis. The judge and the lawyer is correct. And I'm being objective. I'm the procedure of court in the letter of the law. You have stated frivolous arguments already. And some of the things that you stated has been the things that they've been stated for the past 40 years. This is why she assumed you're a sovereign citizen. Because everything you said, they said it 40 years ago. And that's the problem with these sovereign citizens today. They hate when I tell them that everything that just came out of your mouth was nothing more than a 40-year-old variation of the passed down script. They hate to think that it's a script. They want to think that they did authoritative, groundbreaking, revolutionary research when they know they haven't.
Okay. Did you write me a notice to quit filing this action?
It's a wrong term. It's not a notice. Never mind. I'm going to let y'all hear it.
A notice to quit?
Yes.
No.
I think she's referring to a demand for possession,
A
Dawn.
demand for possession, yes.
Exactly.
No, a notice to quit.
Oh, my God.
No.
Right. Do you have proof of delivery or service of any notice to quit?
What do you mean proof of delivery of service? It's always going to be at the bottom of the goddamn document titled certificate of service. Oh my God.
No, I didn't send one.
Right. Are you aware that MCL 657-16 requires a notice to quit before initiating an eviction?
Your Honor, I object. I object. Miss.
She thought she ate up MCL 657, and it's getting to the point, y'all, you can't even believe them when they do cite statutes because all of them misinterpret them.
Miss Battle is confusing the term notice to quit with demand for possession. A notice to quit is how you start a termination of tenancy case. This case was started with a demand for possession. If Miss Battle wants to use the wrong term, she's going to get the wrong answer. The statute says that we can start a non-payment of rent case with a demand for possession, and that was issued. And if she asked that question, Ms. Charles can answer that question.
Is there proof of service? Is there proof of delivery on that demand for possession?
Miss Battle, can you do me a favor, please, ma'am?
Yeah.
Give me one moment.
She about to G-checker. She about to G-check on that statue.
You studied a statute that I actually need to look up. MCL what?
I'm sorry?
What was the statute that you cited?
MCL 657.6. I mean, not 57.6, 600.5716.
Yeah.
The judge is reading the statute.
Have you read that statute?
Anytime when the judge asks you, have you read that statute? It means that what the statute says is totally opposite in the way you want to argue it. Just as like all these right to travel legal beagles and all those same 5 cases that 500,000 people just spear on their documents, all those cases says the opposite of what they believe it says. And you notice that even with the right to travel, they will cite cases that took place before cars were even on the damn road, before cars were a big thing. And the Supreme Court has been very clear on the driving issue. Driving is not regulated by the federal government. Driving is not regulated by the feds. It's regulated by the states per the 10th Amendment. And if it wasn't true, then every DMV would be invalid. There would be no DMV. If state statutes were illegal, the Supreme Courts would be striking them down. But why does the Supreme Court cases involving state interpretation of state law every day. Why is the DMV still up and running? Huh? If it was just so true what they said. See, their own real lives contradicts their beliefs. Their own real lives. But they will ignore their real lives and go to this fairy tale land.
Yes, I had read it when I first did this.
Means no, you never did.
It uses the term demand for possession.
Okay, everybody please stop typing. It says, a demand for possession or payment shall be in writing, addressed to the person in possession, and shall give the address or other brief description of the premises. It's a demand for possession, not a notice to quit.
Okay, so is there a proof of service of it on the record?
That's a different question, though. So, okay, go ahead.
But that's the question I asked next. Once he said that the
But I
demand for
wanted to
possession.
clarify your question before.
I appreciate it.
All right, Ms. Charles, please add her question next. Is there proof?
Do you have a proof of delivery or service for that demand for possession?
Ma'am, it's called a certificate of service. It's at the bottom of every document. I hereby certify on this day I caused by United States Postal Service and e-file to serve. It's a simple certificate of service that's at the bottom of the page.
Nope.
Nope. Did you know that under MCL that you're required to have a certificate of service or proof of service on the record?
Your Honor, I object. She's now, again, she's not using the statute changed 10 years ago so that you now need on a demand for possession a certificate of service. And that's what's at the bottom of the page. If she's looking for a proof of service, meaning somebody going to the door, need on a demand for possession a certificate of service. And that's what's at the bottom of the page.
Man.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
I mean, I ain't been wrong all day. I have not been wrong all day.
If she's looking for a proof of service, meaning...
Oh, she's definitely overwhelmed. She's definitely overwhelmed. And I mean, I'm not happy for her situation. I'm not happy for anyone's downfall. I'm gonna be honest with you. Because I've been down before. I don't like to see people go to court and embarrass themselves, especially when their home is on the line. I hate to see people pay these gurus money to defend their mortgages, and these gurus only got one trick. And if that don't work, they're going to try to go after the judge's bind. I hate that these people take people's money knowing they're nowhere near experienced or equipped to handle the matter. I hate that they will take your money and give you a document that they know is frivolous, all for the damn dollar, while you thinking, I'm speaking in general, thinking it's legit, hoping it works, and it don't work, and you lose your house in the process, and these people have nothing for you. They're not coming to save you, and once it's over with, you won't be in contact with them again. They'll be on the phone with you all day, every day before you spend that money. As soon as you spend the money, you can barely get a goddamn kite sent to them. That's what I don't like. Inexperienced so-called teachers stepping up like they're gurus, like they're ready to step and play where the big boys and big girls play, and they lack the experience of dealing with court. But telling you that, oh, it's going to work. Every case is decided on its own facts and circumstances. No one can guarantee an outcome in any case because each case has its own facts, has its own elements, has its own cause of action, has its own procedural requirements. But the ones who follow the rules, the ones who makes authoritative, non-frivolous complaints, and are aligned with the judicial history and the procedural posture of that jurisdiction of the courts are the ones who wins way more than what they lose. That's what I don't like about them.
Somebody going to the door, she's going to get the wrong answer again. The term is certificate of service, and I believe Ms. Charles will answer that question differently because there is a certificate of service at the bottom of the demand. So I would appreciate if she's going to cite statutes, she cites them correctly.
Okay. That's fine.
Nothing to argue about there, girl. That's actually correct. You are responsible for what you put on your documents. You are responsible for what you put on your paper. You are responsible for what you file. Do y'all know that? And I really don't like to deal with people who's already been with a sovereign citizen teacher because I find myself cleaning up their mess before we even get to the underlying issues. But because I understand people's situations and I got compassion, I do take them. And the stuff that I have on my files that they sent me or which they paid people online for is sickening. It's disgusting. It's literally one of my clients. I feel so sorry for the girl. She paid $2,500, you know, in a desperate situation trying to save her home, $2,500 for a document that you can easily find on Scrib. All they did was rechange the words around. These people are wicked. They got wicked spirits. They got wicked intents. These people are wicked, but they think good fortune is going to come to them for what they're doing. They think it's going to work out in the end for them. Keep your heads up, man.
I didn't cite an exact statute, but I appreciate your objection. I just said MCL because they're both under NCLs. Both proof of service and certificate of service are both under MCL.
No.
All right, well, everybody, so let's not make my ruling.
Like, let's just okay. All I'm trying to do is ask questions to make sure certain things are on the record. A certificate of service is not on the disposition. And just like she read on 657-16, was the property described on that dispossession? Yeah. Was there a description of the property?
Ma'am, you know it's your apartment. See, these are the semantics game. You know it's on the department. Like, I mean, apartment that you in. You know this stuff. The judge is not going to throw it out because they didn't have the apartment there. This is a landlord-tenant. When you step into a landlord-tenant, deference is going to be given to the landlord. It's all about, did you pay? Did you not? What does it take to keep you in the apartment or the unit? And if they didn't serve you correctly, yes, the case will be dismissed, but the case will be dismissed without prejudice because the judge is going to give them an opportunity to do it right. And y'all online talk, I got my case dismissed without prejudice, meaning they can, and most of the times they will pursue the case again. The worst thing that you should ever, I'm from a legal professional point of view, because that's the only angle how I look at this stuff. When you're going up against a finance company and they voluntarily file a motion to withdraw their case and the judge dismisses it without prejudice, which usually happens, because when they do it voluntarily, it's always without prejudice. You best believe they're tightening up the screws and the bolts and they're coming back again and they're closing up all those loose ends.
Yes.
If there was a description of the property?
Correct.
On my copy, there is no description of the property. But let's continue.
Ma'am, can you put the kids in one room for a second while you finish this proceeding? Just for 1 second, please.
Does your company participate in HUD programs or accept federal HUD assistance?
Do you have a HUD voucher? Because that's the only reason why you should be asking that question. Do you have a HUD voucher?
Yes.
Okay. Did you provide me with grievance procedures required by HUD?
Did I provide you with what?
Grievance procedures required by HUD.
Your Honor, I object. That's irrelevant. There are no such grievance procedures under this anything that I'm aware of. I mean, I don't even know what she has a grievance about.
Right. The grievance would be with the breach, and you all have a grievance, and hence.
What's the breach? What did they breach? Y'all, listen. I'm sorry to keep it. Oh my God. You're in the unit. They pay. You paid to security deposit or whatever. You're in the unit. What did they breach? Now, if it's something like a leak ceiling or leak pipes, and you request them to fix it, and they don't fix it, let me bust down another myth. That does not mean you can withhold the rent. What you can do is you can get it fixed yourself. Then you can deduct the money that you spent out of your pocket getting it fixed. Or if you want to bring a suit against them, you bring the rent money to the court and you deposit the rent money in escrow. It doesn't mean you just get to stop paying your rent because they didn't come and fix the AC. I know it's uncomfortable. I know it's an inconvenience, but no landlord-tenant court is ever going to allow you to stop paying your rent just for the on the basis that they didn't come fix something in your house. Now, if it's a condemned house and be warned condemned, then you have a totally different argument. And if they had knowledge of the house already being condemned or the rental unit being condemned before you moved in, then you have a hell of grounds to recover and recoup everything. But rarely do you see those cases. Actually, they are extreme rarity. I think I've only seen like 1 or 2 ever. They're not moving people in condemned homes like that. It's just not happening. But this is what I'm talking about. Everything just to get out of a debt. And they're not even doing it correctly.
On why you initiated a hearing for the breach of the contract. So it goes back to HUD because you're publicly funded, right?
No, we're not.
No, we're not publicly.
Well, you accept HUD housing. You accept HUD housing and you apply and you are in compliance with HUD laws and policies, correct?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Everyone does who accepts vouchers. But the only way I can make this connection to your case is if you have HUD. You got a voucher. If you don't have a voucher, this whole entire line of questioning is called frivolous. See, us professionals, we know not to raise these issues because we know if she was my client, I'd be like, we're not going to raise the argument because number one, you don't have a voucher for HUD. It's like it's a nothing burger.
So if you're using, if you have HUD terms and you're
Your Honor, I object.
YouTubers, hit the likes, share, hit the likes, drop a sub. If you haven't subbed yet, drop a sub. Let's get them likes up. Let's get them likes up.
Miss Battle is taking.
Object to it. I didn't say anything yet.
Well, I'm objecting because she asked Ms. Charles a question, which was, do you get any funding from HUD? Yeah, most companies do. We do. And then she takes that and starts taking that to a next question where it says, well, when you get funding from HUD, and then she's assuming.
I didn't assume anything. I asked the question.
Okay, what was the question you were going to ask?
I said, do you have to follow HUD's policies? That was my next question.
And she said yes.
Right. And then you objected after that.
No, and then you started the next question.
No, I started the question, but I didn't get it out my mouth before you objected me.
Let her ask the next question.
Oh, by the way, y'all, I'm not like these other online gurus that's going to come online and beg you for money and beg you for money and beg you for galaxies and beg you for stars and beg you for the planets and beg you for Mercuries and beg you for fun. I don't do no begging. It's not this channel. I don't beg at all. Don't even ask y'all for nothing. It's not me.
And if you have an objection, I can hear it after she finishes her question.
Okay. Are you aware that before you initiate a hearing in court or the administrative process before court, you have to have an administrative hearing by a HUD administrative judge?
Your Honor, I object. I'm not aware of any.
Say no. I mean, that's
Just
not.
say no because you're not aware, and that's okay to not be aware. That just means that you are not aware of the laws that govern.
No, it doesn't, because it's not.
Absolutely doesn't mean that. It just has nothing to do with the subject at hand. It does not mean that. Don't get too big for your britches now. Don't do that.
No, because you're not aware, and that's okay to not be aware. That just means that you are not aware of the laws that govern.
No, it doesn't, because it's not, that is not the law, ma'am.
How is it? Okay. Are you aware of the requirement under 42 USC 1437 DK for federally funding or accepted landlords to resolve disputes through HUD before an eviction proceeding?
Your Honor.
Once again, you're citing Title 42. Y'all, TikTok, YouTube, can I ask y'all a question? What is she not understanding that none of that applies to her? She doesn't have HUD. She doesn't have a HUD voucher. Like, she's not a HUD tenant. I could see if she was, that would make all the sense in the world. Probably won't help her get out of anything. But what does it matter when it's like it has nothing to do with you?
Again, I'm going to object. The fact that Ms. Charles answered the question about having a relationship with HUD doesn't mean we are a federally funded property.
I didn't say that you were federally funded. So let's be clear. I said either federally funded or get federal funds, which you do if you accept Section 8 and vouchers.
No, that's not true.
Why is it not correct? You had to think about it. Yes, it is correct. Because if you received any type of funds from HUD, which is through Section 8 vouchers or regular vouchers, you get what I'm saying? You receive funding from HUD.
We are. Do you?
I'm not saying that you're funded and that they give you loans of that nature. I am saying that you are within their practice and policies of HUD guidelines because you accept HUD in Section 8.
Your Honor, I object to this whole line of questioning. Ms. Battle does not receive a voucher, and so all of this questioning.
Well, it doesn't matter.
There you go. There you go. You don't receive a voucher, girl. You don't receive a voucher. That's just like me on behalf of a client. That's just like me. She has a situation where she is current, but me going in there raising arguments about what's supposed to happen in a default. But she is current as the water flowing up a stream. Like there's no connection.
If I receive a voucher, it matters that
they be so confident. You hear the confidence, it's like the false sense of hope and confidence is plagued these spaces. She really thinks she's making a legitimate argument. Nobody else believes she's making an argument in that room but her. And that's the problem. The judge not buying it. The judge don't believe it. YouTube, y'all can see the look on her face. Everybody's looking at her like, what in Sam Hill are you talking about? And that's the position that none of us should ever be in. You need to have where the judge is looking like, oh shit, this is plausible. It's plausible that this happened. Like, come on, man.
You are of that type of entity that needs to go through HUD because you accept those things. So you agree with those terms and policies of HUD.
Your Honor, she's making that up again.
I'm not making that up. If you're saying that, how am I making it up? It's under 42 USC 1437 DK.
Battle.
It's a federal registrar on it.
Ms. Battle, you've made your record. My ruling is still that every entity that has to file a landlord-tenant action does not have to go through that process to collect rent, ma'am. That is not how it works.
They don't. That's not, they don't. Please let it go.
Okay. Okay. You're saying that it doesn't have to, but HUD says that these are the requirements. Hence why MCL at the bottom is trying to align with HUD guidelines on the same registrar that I'm talking about. You have those codes at the bottom that match up with HUD.
Move on.
Please. You're just making a fool out of yourself at this point.
Okay. So, well, obviously, if I can't really get a line of questioning, being objected because he feels it's not right. He is objecting with no laws or facts behind anything he's saying. He's just thinking it off the top of his head. I'm not getting a fair hearing here.
Ms. Battle, move on.
Move on. Okay.
No, you're getting a fair hearing. It's just that none of your questioning has any legal relevance. And this is what I was talking about earlier, y'all. When you like, this is called cross-examination. Now, when you're engaged in cross-examination in court, the number one thing that you always want to do is you want to lay a foundation before you arrive to your original point. Now, if she was receiving HUD, that line of questioning would have been sufficient. Yes, answer questions, yes. Then she can hit them with, well, I put in a grievance procedure, which you failed to investigate, or whatever. I don't know if it'll help her with the overall rent, because landlord-tenant cases are pretty much cut and dry. But when you're in cross-examination, you always want to lay the foundation. Like, you don't want to lead the witness, because you can't lead the witness, or you can't finish sentences for them, or you can't put words in their mouth. But you want to ask them open-ended questions. So it gets to my next point. You asking them a question that you and both of them know what the answer is. Because in law school, they teach you, lawyers know this. This is law school 101. You never ask questions that you don't already know the answer to. One of the biggest mistakes was in the O.J. Simpson trial. They had O.J. try on those gloves. You never have O.J. try on those gloves unless you know that they are going to fit.
You're rocking with the best.
And yes, that's in the court rules about cross-examining. The line of questioning. It has to be within the court rules.
Do you have a copy of the court establishing jurisdiction?
Who's that a question for?
Dawn. My plaintiff.
Your Honor, I object. The court's already said they have jurisdiction over the property.
The court said that she had jurisdiction because she said so, and that's non-judicial.
Okay, Ms. Battle, move on.
Move on to
what? Now she got more. She got more. This is when she's getting frustrated now. Now the gloves are going to come off. Now the real her is about to come out. You can tell. Everything is lost. This is what happens.
What? I cannot have, this is not a fair hearing. And again, this is why
you're trying to turn this into
I'm not trying to turn it into anything. I'm just trying to state the laws, and I'm not trying to argue with y'all about anything. You get what I'm saying? I'm not trying to argue with y'all. I'm just trying to get y'all to state and prove y'all facts, and y'all have not proven any facts. But for some reason are hindering me in this proceeding. And that's why I took this case to the U.S. District Court in Eastern. That's why there's an open case right now with all of you all, because this is just not, and I told the Attorney General, and I told the IRS.
And I looked up all those cases. She filed quite a few cases against the judge, Miss Elaine Washington. She filed cases against her, and her case was thrown out because, number one, it was just frivolous top to bottom. But judges, once again, and lawyers are generally immune from lawsuits brought in the performance of their duties. She's a sitting judge on the bench. You will never win a lawsuit against her while she's making a ruling from the bench. You will never win. Judges have judicial immunity. Lawyers do too. Now, she was outside of her official capacity. That's a possibility. But don't even think about it, because you're not going to win.
And I did everything else because at the end of the day,
Now, please move
all of
on.
this is not
I'm
right.
telling you
And
now
attorney
that I'm going to
grievances.
be filing criminal proceedings against you for all these frivolous things that you're filing against me. So
If you feel that
So when she said she was going to file criminal proceedings, because she filed about 3 or 4 lawsuits back to back against the judge, and all of them were thrown out. And then she tried to file a false lien against the judge. Now, the reason why I'm saying this because it's important. Remember when I said when they lose on all their arguments, the very last thing they do is start attacking the judge? That is a typical sovereign citizen. So when she called her a sovereign citizen early in the proceedings, she got upset. But her words, her actions, her mannerisms, how she interprets law is all indicative of the classic sovereign citizen, where they know very little about what they think they understand. They think they know court. They know very little, because instead of following the court rules, learning the basics, following the rules and procedures, they was following scripts and documents and manifestos and redemption manuals. If you want to learn how to operate in a court, you go to their rules. You don't go to this website here and you find someone that knows how to objectively interpret case law. If y'all would have made these gurus prove they knew everything they was talking about with substantive case law, applying the judicial lens to all of their arguments, none of them would have any leg to stand on today. I apply the judicial light to any claim, even my own. If I bring up anything, you best believe I can find 5 to 10 cases, all different elements that's agreeing with what I'm saying.
it's frivolous, that's fine. But it's not. My rights and my rights are not frivolous.
Please move on.
It's honestly, if I can't have a fair hearing, nobody has any facts. Y'all talked about constructive possession. Nobody wants to talk about that. Y'all keep saying that I rescinded a contract unilaterally. That's not the case. It's called notice. And when a notice goes unrebutted, just like if I was to come here, if I was to get that notice of dispossession and get a notice of a hearing, and I missed that hearing because I did not rebut, that would constitute as
cross-examination.
Another sovereign citizen theory that you think this is once again, they think that they could put their own notices and affidavits of truth together, and just because they found a maxim that says an unrebutted affidavit stands as truth, they believe that since they sent them an affidavit and they didn't respond, that they're true in what they're saying. They didn't respond because there is no legal order for them to respond, and courts would never order the other side to respond to an affidavit. An affidavit falls under the evidence rule. It's not a motions and pleadings thing. It's not a full determination on whether someone is accurate on the merits or not. It can be used to assist the judge in making their findings, but unless the judge orders them to respond, there's no legal reason for them to respond. And this is why they did not respond. Y'all keep thinking that them people out there, they could just send affidavits and affidavits, and since they don't respond, then whatever they seeking is granted. No. An affidavit is nothing more than a attest to the facts of any particular issue. It does not mean you win because they didn't respond. They have no legal binding reason to even respond to your affidavits. This is why they don't respond and rebut them point for point, because there's no court order for them to do so. Courts would never order them to respond to a damn affidavit. They respond to motions and pleadings. Once again, simple, basic court rules and procedure has not made an appearance in these spaces yet.
If you're not going to ask appropriate questions, then I'm just going to silence you. So you get the opportunity to ask your questions, or you can just be silenced.
I don't have a real opportunity to ask the questions. So at this point, like I said, I'm just going to have to get the federal court involved and get the marshals, because I don't know what you all are going to do. You all have not been acting in honor and with good faith. So
once again, another term, acting in honor, staying in honor. You haven't been acting in honor because you refuse to pay your rent for whatever reason. Whatever reason, we passed that point now, and now you're being sued in court for back rent. So we can't do things to violate our obligations or not honor our obligations and then scream that people, they're just taking advantage of your rights. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you this, because I'm probably going to be the only one to tell you. I will never advocate for you to not pay your bills. The safest thing you can do when you're unsure about a course of action is to, at least in the meantime, as humanly as you possibly can, pay your bills. Because if you are effective or you get with the set you, one thing you're going to realize is in the back end, we're going to get them in the back end. 16 months I was investigating credit acceptance. I paid my note $629 a month faithfully because I did not want to give them the satisfaction of using the default as a way to wiggle out of my claims that I wanted to raise. Pay your bills if you can until you're in a position to not pay. And the only way that you can just stop paying your bills is you have to justify from a legal standpoint why you are not entitled to pay your bill. Pay on that contract from a legal standpoint. When I made my last payment July 1st of 2025, when I made my last payment, I told credit acceptance, this is the last payment that you will get. And you want the rest, you got to meet me in the ring. And when I sent them the email on August 18th, they took me off auto pay on their own. They took me off, put the account in non-applicable status. They stopped sending me balance due notice. They put the whole account on hold from August 20th, 2025 until it was wiped away as part of the settlement like January 28th of this year. But I didn't stop paying because, I sent them a document. I stopped paying. I showed them why I'm legally not entitled to pay anymore. And I still followed up with the lawsuit. When you stop paying, a lawsuit better be imminent on your end. You better not stop paying and send them a document and think that's going to be the end of it. When you stop paying, that is just the first step in the strategic move and the strategic planning of the whole lawsuit that you're planning to file. That's just one step. Do not make not paying the last and end all be all step and send them a document and expect them to not collect. You know the inevitable is about to happen. And if you cannot legally, from a legal standpoint, from applying the legal standards, prove to them why you're legally not entitled and prove to them that you can win on these merits in court, they are going to get aggressive with the collection. They're going to accelerate the loan. Do not put yourself in that situation when you know deep down inside you're not fully equipped to deal with them on that level yet. I don't want to see you go down that road. It makes it harder for everybody, which is more the reason why.
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby. Folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume with stories in the fine lines.
I don't know. I'm stuck on what to do. The integrity of the court is questioned.
With you. I don't know what that is, but you should seek some mental help. Because something.
I'm sorry?
Damn, she just like did lean on that one. Oh, she did lean.
So I don't know. I'm stuck on what to do. The integrity of the court is questioned.
With you. I don't know what that is, but you should seek some mental help. Because something wrong with you. You have a mental. You have a mental problem.
I have a mental problem. How?
The United States don't apply to you, and you get to make them up as you go along, like you know more than everybody else in the world. There's clearly something wrong with you.
No, what did I make up?
All of it.
What? Be specific.
Right.
No, be specific, because
No.
now you're lying on the record. This is perjury. I didn't make nothing up. 42 USC definitely applies to this case.
All right. I have
Jurisdiction is a threshold.
Ma'am, if you don't stop, I'm going to remove you from the court proceeding. So, Mr. Fantera, apparently we're not going to have a reasonable hearing here today because Ms. Battle feels as though the laws are very different for her as opposed to everybody else in the world. I'm not certain how to handle this going forward. You have submitted your documentation and she wants to argue stuff that's not law, regardless of my rulings. So therefore, I'm not sure what to do with respect to your case.
I would ask for a directed verdict. She hasn't said anything that is a defense to my action. And I submitted a proposed judgment this morning. There's rent owing in the amount of $3,432.42, court costs of $177 for a total of $3609.42. We would ask for a judgment for possession with a writ after 10 days, and she can avail herself of whatever procedures she can in another court.
So you're saying that none of my objections is valid towards your claim. So having a valid contract is not an objection. Oh, because you're saying that because a notice was given and unrebutted, it's not of law. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes, that's not the law.
It is. It's the law. It's Wells versus Zendaya of Michigan. It is.
Once again, a misinterpreted case.
It's
all right.
fact and case law. And y'all keep muting me. It's okay. Because he can talk, but I can't talk.
Ma'am, you've argued that over and over, and I've ruled that it's not. You can file your appeals, file all the things you're filing, but when you file false liens against people, that is a crime.
It's not a false lien. You got defaulted on a private side, and you know that.
Okay, whatever. All right,
Yeah,
so
okay.
what I'm
Defaulted on the private side. Filing false liens, you got defaulted on the private side, and she thinks that's a default on the private side because she didn't respond to her frivolous liens that she sent to a judge, her frivolous affidavits that she sent to a judge. So she defaults on the private side, and she wants everybody to believe that she's not a sovereign citizen. Okay.
going to do is grant your judgment in this particular case because I've given her an opportunity to present the defenses that are real, and she has refused to do that.
I didn't refuse to present defenses. You didn't ask me about my piece of the case. I only got to cross-examine. You didn't ask me about my defenses.
What are your defenses, ma'am? And rescission is not one. I've ruled that it's not.
I'm sorry?
I know you heard me.
No, I didn't. You said, what are your defenses? And I didn't hear the last piece.
Your rescission is not a defense.
Okay, that's fine.
That is your defense.
Right, because, threshold matters are not an issue. But again, like I said, the fundamental objections and a counterclaim, object to the subject matter jurisdiction. You all accept and receive housing funds, making the subject matter.
Going down the same road.
Okay, listen, stop. I didn't cut you off. I didn't cut you off. You just asked me what my defense was. And
all right, I'm done.
Wow. You're asking me what my defense is.
Take her out. I've asked her 3 times to stop this. All right, I'm going to grant your judgment in this particular case.
Your Honor, are you going to check the box after hearing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Once again. So you see, not only me telling you, Thomas, you could be saying anything. New culture, yeah, you just biased. You're an agent. You don't want people to have their rights. You must be an agent. I could be all the agents you want, but I end up with my stuff free and clear. I could be all the agents you want. I'm not in a rat race. This is awareness for those who still may be on the fence or probably feel like they're too invested just to let it go at the drop of a dime. So I'm letting you see how this stuff plays out in everyday court. See, they're not showing you the 50,000 judgments ruled against pro se consumers weekly down at my, yes, 50,000 weekly. They come out with the weekly orders and judgments. It's a packet that sits right at the table. You can flip through it. 50,000 judgment, 65,000 judgment, 15,000 judgment, 433,000 judgment, $5,000 judgment, 7,000. I mean, it just goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on every day. We're not winning. We're not winning. None of this stuff equals wins. We're not winning. The wins and losses is not tipped in our favor in 40 years. None of that gets you any wins.
Am I on the record?
Yes.
It's not going to take 20 minutes, Your Honor. I give you my word.
Well, you said you have a question, sir. What's the question you want to ask?
Is this criminal or is it civil?
Once again, asking a question that you already know the answer to. Semantics game.
This is criminal, sir. It's punishable by up to 93 days in jail and or $500 fines and costs.
Hey, if it's criminal, can I ask to dismiss the charge? Because at this point, the prosecutor, there's no sworn testimony. There's no sworn.
It's because this is just arraignment, sir. What you're talking about is trial. That would be several steps down the road.
And this is what happens when they don't understand court procedure. See, they come into court thinking they know the law, but they don't know nothing about the court rules and procedure. But I'm supposed to look at these people like they're normal.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to your favorite YouTube channel.
All right, on the telephone ending in 1336.
Sui Juris and personal persona. I'm Stephen Tyrell White, benefit.
Told you all these unusual hyphens and semicolons to their name. That's another tell of a sovereign citizen.
I'm Stephen Tyrell White, beneficiary of sovereign. I'm here under fraud, menace, and arrest. Fiduciary Daniel Williams Norbeck.
It's never because they did something to break the law or they wasn't in compliance with the law. They just knocked on their door, drug them out their bed, and threw them right in court. They never do anything to. If you don't like the court system, you don't like the police, whatever reason why do they continue to put themselves cross paths with the law? They want to do what they want to do and don't want to be accountable for those actions. And now everybody's violating their rights when it's time to be accountable. You see, the mindset of this space is why we won't win. Very few of us will ever win. And the few who has the best chance of winning are not the ones who follow someone because they got a fez on their damn head, are not the ones who pay attention to the words of what's being said by someone who got 50, 60, 70,000 subscribers or followers, or who got the bonded promissory notes and all these documents that everybody believes in too. They think that since you got 40,000 followers that you know what you're talking about. I got barely 500 followers on TikTok alone. What it was like 1,560 on YouTube, but yet I got more receipts than many of these online gurus combined. So if we're measuring when a person knows what they're talking about based on followers and sub counts, then I'm out the game. But if we're measuring it based on what's said, measurable results, something that you can easily see for yourself, nothing skewed and shrouded in mystery, who pays attention to the court rules, pays attention to the rules of procedure, has authoritative case law, has a deeper understanding of the finance system. No, these are the people that you don't really want to follow, is because these people are going against everything that you believe. And once they turn this into a belief system, that was the end of the show.
Okay, Mr. White, we're going to pop you over in the waiting room because you're just going to be a distraction for all the citizens here willing to abide by the laws of our country. So we'll pop you over in the waiting room and we'll get back to you. In case you guys have ever heard of the term sovereign citizen in the news, that's what one of them sounds like when they try to come to court. All right, Mr. White, do you know what?
This is right at the arraignment. Y'all, these judges been seeing this shit for 40 years. You're not coming in court saying anything new. They've already heard it. They've already heard it.
You hear me?
Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to read this to you so you understand what you're charged with. This says that on January 7th of this year on 2nd Street there in the city of Fenville, that you were driving while license suspended. That is a misdemeanor. It's punishable by up to 93 days in jail. And
so he's driving with a suspended license. Now, what is the root of all these claims in court now? What do I say? It's always a suspended license. Court fines up the ass, can't get it paid. Now the license suspended, has a hard time getting his license back. Now he's the beneficiary. But key word, why does he have a license in the first place? Why? If he believes in this, cancel all your contracts. Why does he have a license in the first place? Because they don't even believe in this stuff. It's just a tactic to get out of debt and escape accountability. They don't even believe in this stuff wholeheartedly. Because if he did, why ain't he turning his driver's license? Once he became woke.
for $500 fines and costs. Do you understand your charge?
Objection, Your Honor. I do not. I do not understand my charges or
Okay,
any
I'm
cause.
going to mark you down as not guilty, and we'll set you for a jury trial. You can continue to.
Your Honor, you practice in
Yes.
front of bench. You practice in front of bench. That's my job or my attorney job.
There you go. Practicing law from the bench. And the only time they say that is when they act like they don't understand what was said, when they know they clearly do. So now that he's entered a rule, a plea of not guilty, which they have to do by law, when you stand mute and you don't make a plea, by law, this is ancient old court law, they have to enter a not guilty plea on your behalf. They can't enter a guilty plea on your behalf. It's prejudicial. So court rules and procedure, when you don't want to just follow the simple proceedings, they are always going to enter a not guilty plea on your behalf. That's just how it is.
And I'm sui juris. I'm pro prior person.
Okay, Mr. White, I don't know where you read the stuff that you're saying, but it's legal nonsense. It means nothing in a court of law.
Because, Your Honor, just like a lot of them, they don't believe and do the research on the origins. It's just something that they was told that's going to get them out of accountability. That's all it is to them.
So if you're not willing to state that you even understand or recognize the authority of the court, my options are I can make you come in for arraignment and not give you a PR bond, and then you'll have to post bond to not sit in jail. You want to do it that way instead? Right now, if I get through arraignment with you, I'll give you a PR bond. Mr. White?
I'm asking you a question.
What's the question, sir?
I'm not arguing with you, Your Honor. I just want you to hear me.
Okay, but I don't want to listen for 20 minutes. Go ahead and ask your one question, and we'll start there and see if it's a real question.
Am I on the record?
Yes.
It's not going to take 20 minutes, Your Honor. I give you my word.
Well, you said you have a question, sir. What's the question you want to ask?
Is this criminal or is it civil?
This is criminal, sir. It's punishable by up to 93 days in jail and or $500 fines and costs.
Hey, if it's criminal, if it's
Told you, they all do the same thing. It's a script. None of what he's saying is coming from his own research and understanding of the court rules. It's the same script. It's a criminal civil. It's criminal. Well, if it's criminal, it's either going to be this or this. And you're going to have this and you're going to have this. Now, the question is, okay, apply the legal standards to what you just said. Let me know where that's in the court rules. Because this is proceedings. This is procedure regarding the proceedings. Let me know if anything that you say is in any court rules in America. You won't find it. And since you won't find it, then that means anybody that listens to people like him and goes to court to say that, you're already outside and out of line with the court rules and procedure.
criminal, can I ask to dismiss the charge? Because at this point, the prosecutor, there's no sworn testimony, there's no sworn.
It's because this is just arraignment, sir. What you're talking about is trial. That would be several steps down the road. Arraignment is just for you to make sure that you understand what you're accused of.
Under your constitutionally protected rights.
What the penalty is, and for you to enter a plea. You're accused of driving while license suspended. I read to you what the possible penalties are, and I asked you if you wish to plead guilty or not guilty at this time.
No, Your Honor, I'm a beneficiary and I'm a sovereign. I'm here under fraud, menace.
Oh, he actually admitted it. Now, I'm glad he admitted it. So everyone who says that this is not sovereign citizen stuff, just because you don't like the name and the stigma, but you want to follow the same script and submit the same documents. So for you people who say you're not sovereign citizens, listen to your fellow brethren.
I'm a beneficiary and I'm a sovereign. I'm here under fraud, and I'm a sovereign. I'm here under and I'm a sovereign. Your Honor, I'm a beneficiary and I'm a sovereign. I'm here under fraud, menace,
Sir.
He said I'm a beneficiary and I'm a sovereign. There you go.
Those sentences don't mean anything. They have no legal meaning whatsoever. Don't mean anything. They have no legal.
Here under fraud, menace,
sir. Those sentences don't mean anything. They have no legal meaning whatsoever.
It's guaranteed by
so
my
I've
constitutional
indicated that since you can't understand arraignment, I've entered a plea of not guilty on your behalf. I've set you for a jury trial.
So when I say they have no legal meaning whatsoever, people respond back to me in the comments. But when I always tell you, if you don't want to listen to me, I'll let the judge tell you that your sovereign citizen rhetoric has no legal validity.
Arraignment. I've entered a legal meaning.
I'm here under fraud, menace,
sir. Those sentences don't mean anything. They have no legal meaning whatsoever.
It's guaranteed by
so
my constitutional.
I've indicated that since you can't understand arraignment, I've entered a plea of not guilty on your behalf. I've set you for a jury trial. You can represent yourself free of charge, or you could hire an attorney. And now you must make a choice, sir.
You ever wonder why so many non-U.S. citizen people always want to stand under the Constitution, which is only there for U.S. citizens? You ever notice that? You say you're not a United States citizen, but you want the same protections under the constitutions that are afforded to United States citizens. You see how that works?
Bond. If we get through the arraignment with you on Zoom, I'm going to give you a PR bond, personal recognizance bond. That means you don't have to post any money. We're essentially trusting you that you'll keep coming back for your court dates. It is no driving without a valid driver's license. If you cannot get that far, in other words, if you really don't understand what's happening here, then I'm not going to allow you to be arraigned by Zoom. I'm going to set you for arraignment in person. And you will come to this courthouse. You will not get a PR bond. You will get a $300 cash or surety bond, meaning that you will need to post $300 in cash, or you will sit in jail from that day until your trial date. So I'll give you a choice. Do you want to be arraigned over Zoom like we're doing today, or would you like to come in and be arraigned in person?
Well,
This is when he realizes the script ain't working. What do you do next?
I object to all of this, Your Honor, because at this point, I don't even understand the charges. I do not understand the charges.
There you go. And this is when that's what they tell you to play gang goofy. Play gang goofy. Go, I don't understand the charges. No, I don't understand. I don't understand. You see, with this ideology, you got to force yourself to play stupid. Who wants to live like that? Like you're forcing yourself to play stupid. Okay.
No,
okay,
I'm not
to
trying
me.
to be funny.
That's
I'm
fine.
not being
No, sir,
funny.
you're allowed to, sir, you're allowed to object, and I understand your sentence that you don't understand the charges. And so I will attempt to work with you for that for a second. I'm going to read the charges to you, okay? This says that it takes place on January 7th of this year. You understand that, right? The date that I just read.
I'm saying I do not.
Brilliant move by the judge to break it down slowly, because when you break it down slowly, okay, do you understand that part? He knows he understands it, but he like in his mind, him saying he understands, meaning, do you stand under the charges? It's all these stupid eye on the pyramid like meanings. It is a simple term, a simple meaning, but he, in his beliefs, he can't give in right now because he's gonna feel like he lost when he never won anyway.
Read.
This
says that it takes place on January 7th of this year. You understand that, right? The date that I just read.
I'm saying I do not. At this point, Your Honor, it's I was saying this. It was a jurisdiction matter. It's a jurisdiction matter. That's what I'm saying. It's a subject matter
Sir,
jurisdiction.
Here's the problem with you arguing jurisdiction. I am a lawyer, so I understand what jurisdiction means.
Uh-oh. You're in front of a lawyer. You're in front of a lawyer. Let's hear this.
I'm not sure you do. The accusation is that you're driving around on 2nd Street in the city of Fenville, meaning in Allegan County, and that you're doing so when your driving privileges with Secretary of State have been suspended or revoked. Because this is the county. Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. I'll travel. I don't drive.
Okay.
I have no contact
Sir,
with
here's what we're
nobody.
doing, Mr. White.
Oh, I forgot. He was traveling. He doesn't drive. Ladies and gentlemen, when you step into your vehicle, whether you got an automatic or electric, or I know the P stands for park. I know the R stands for reverse. I know the N stands for neutral. What does D stand for? Somebody let me know what D stands for. Maybe I'm trying to understand what does D stand for? Because I don't see a T there. Oh, D stands for driving. Drive. That's what the D stands for on the gear shaft. Drive. So driving a motor vehicle was the method you employed in your travel. I get it now.
You are no longer able to be arraigned by Zoom. What I'm going to do is adjourn this. I'm going to adjourn this, and you will get notice at your address there. You will come in, and we will arraign you in person. I'm telling you that I'm not going to give you a personal or cognizance bond, sir.
It has to be before we can proceed.
White,
before you can proceed, it has to be
Mr.
addressed,
White,
Your Honor.
Because we are on the record, I'm going to make this infinitely clear. You're going to get notice to appear in front of me. You have two choices. If you do not appear, I'm going to put out a bench warrant for your arrest. If you do appear, we will have this conversation again about arraigning you to see if you understand the charges, but you are not getting a PR bond. You will need to bring with you $300 cash or surety, or you will be in jail. Do you understand those two options, A and B?
That's a violation of my constitutional rights, Your Honor.
Well, no, it isn't, sir. So we're all set.
So you had a chance to go through the civil proceeding and get a PR bond, but you stuck to the sovereign citizen script, dug a ditch for yourself. Now you have to pay $300. Remember I told you following the sovereign citizen script put you in a worse position than what you began with? This is a classic example of it. He's now in a worse position than when he began because now he has to pay $300 to get out versus just being PR'd over Zoom. But this is what the sovereign citizen script and the methodologies do. They leave you off worse than what you begin with.
For today, we're done talking. We cannot make any progress. You will be asked to come in person for arraignment. You can either choose to come in for arraignment or you can choose to not be here. If you choose to not be here, a warrant will be entered for your arrest. And if you do choose to be here, make sure you bring that $300 because you're not getting a personal recognizance bond. But we are done with this hearing. I'm going to go ahead and release you. Thank you.
When's my date?
All right. So right off the bat, you can hear it. The sovereign citizen script comes out immediately. The whole name correction. All right, let's roll the next footage.
Just stand right in front of that
Oh, looks like HP is in the waiting room too. So we'll bring him in. All right, good morning, sir. Give me one moment.
Good morning.
Highland Park. Oh, is that Officer Monroe? Hello, Highland Park? Okay, we're gonna wait. Your name, sir, for the record.
I'm up your Roman Susticate Trust Legal Fiction Corporate Entity Defendant. That's what you want.
Okay, he already started off with a bunch of babbling. That's it.
I am one of
Okay,
the
well, this,
sovereign people.
yes. Okay, all right, so this is for Eric Joseph Martin. And officer, can you tell me the person that's standing before you, who they've been identified as far as your records?
Yes, Your Honor. This is Mr. Eric Martin.
Okay.
I object to that any presumption that I'm a legal fiction corporate entity. I am a living man whose name is spelled capital E lowercase RIC of the capital M lowercase ARTIN family, one of the living people.
It doesn't matter if your name was spelled on a goddamn Titantron in all caps. It's you. It has no legal significance. Oh, your name is in all caps is not you. Corporations' names are not spelled. Humans are not spelled like that. Look at the English language in the dictionary. Oh, they don't spell it like that. Okay, you still gonna swipe that goddamn credit card, ain't you? Your name is spelled in all caps there. But let me guess, when it comes time to pay it, that wasn't you that spent the credit card. That was your all caps that spent the credit card. Even though you were the only one that enjoyed the use and benefits of the card, it was the all caps. So don't sue me now after I used up the goods and services and used the available credit. Nah, I don't got to pay it back, even though I enjoyed the goods and services that came from the swipe. Nah, you got to go after the all caps. But once again, you never see these arguments until the balance due is more than the available credit.
Living on the land, not the corporate entity defense.
Okay, sir. All right, it's time to listen right now. Thank you and good morning. The court is calling case number 282-257-13-64001. The people of the state of Michigan versus Eric Joseph Martin. Appearances, please.
Jasmine Martin, P86378, appearing on behalf of Mr. Martin, Your Honor, who indicated that he wishes to represent himself, pro se.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Martin, this is an arraignment. And it's the court, never advises the individual to represent themselves, but you do have that right. You do have an attorney that's here that had an opportunity to speak with you. What's your position as it relates to this arraignment? So you'll need to know how to follow court procedure if you want to represent yourself.
I have a motion I want to make on the matter after battle. Move to dismiss based on lack of probable cause. My sister just told a lie saying I put my hands on her. I told the cops, no, I did not. That is not fact sufficient for the belief, as the U.S. Supreme Court said, and if I remember right, it's Beck versus Ohio or Ohio versus Beck. It's a U.S. Supreme Court case. Defining probable cause is fact sufficient for the belief. There is no fact for the belief. There is no probable cause. I was arrested illegally. I want the cops charged also for arresting me illegally, which is assault and battery.
Mr. Martin.
You see, when you get to this age at the sovereign citizen, no one can tell you anything. You just sidestep them and let them walk themselves right off the cliff.
Mr. Martin.
It's kidnapping.
No. What we're going to do, because I want to tell you this, you could challenge the complaint. You'll have a probable cause hearing, and you'll have an opportunity to confront your sister at the preliminary examination. If she's not being truthful and the court hears that, then your matter will be dismissed if the court doesn't find probable cause. And if the court does, then the matter will be bound over. But at this juncture, I'm just arraigning you, sir. And that's all I'm gonna, entertain today. I'm not entertaining any motions relative to dismissal. The probable cause has been established. Objection is arraignment. You can object, and your objections are noted for the record, okay? But I'm just arraigning you. I'm just gonna set a bond, and you'll challenge those matters at the next court hearing, okay?
But I have a right still to challenge it now because the officer filled out the complaint form. He's lying by saying he believes I committed. He can't just go off her word and say, "Oh, I believe he committed a assault or whatever or a crime." He's committed perjury just by doing that. I shouldn't be arrested, let alone still be held here. That's what I'm saying. This is all illegal, violation of my due process rights. So, you shouldn't just be referring to a future date, whatever. Yes, we know that's true, but I'm saying as of right now, though, the issue is still ripe now to decide. It was no probable cause. I shouldn't have been arrested. I should be here now. The charge is dismissed. There is no evidence here.
Talk over me, Mr. Martin.
My sister been caught lying before on video, which in another case was dismissed in my favor for her same lying self, and she was on video caught lying. This is why the judge dismissed. So she really has no credibility.
Listen to the court right now. You'll have a chance to take care of those matters later. You'll address all those issues. The court is not trying to be rude. I'm going to arraign you. So I'm going to tell you what you're charged with. It indicates in the complaint that on 6/12/2025 at 9074 Clippard in the city of Taylor, indicates in count 1 that there was an assault or an assault and battery upon Lisa K. Martin. Sir, that is a misdemeanor that carries 93 days and/or you could be fined $500. You also have in count 2 a charge of domestic violence. That is also a 93-day misdemeanor. It indicates that you did make an assault or an assault and battery upon Lisa K. Martin. Again, these are just allegations. They're charges which you have an opportunity to challenge. This is an arraignment. I am going to enter a not guilty plea on your behalf. And officer, do you have any information relative to Mr. Martin's background?
Man, they previously had a lot of domestics with each other. He does not have any ongoing cases at this time, though.
Okay, so Mr. Martin, I understand that you were living at that location, but the court's not going to permit you to return there. You're going to have to find another place to go while these charges are pending.
That's the house I live in. I don't lose my due process right. It violates my due process. I can't live there because she makes up a lying allegation. I do not lose that right. That's my right.
You have a pretrial that's scheduled for June the 23rd. You have a pretrial scheduled for June 23rd at 9 o'clock. there is a no contact provision, and you cannot return to the Clifford location. And if you do, sir, that'll be a violation of your bond, and you will end up back before a judge in Taylor to address that.
And you'll
So
be
thank you and have a great day.
Violating your oath of office, you'll be forfeiting your job. That's violating my constitutional right. I do not lose my right to be free just because someone tells a lie with no evidence. That's why I said this case is dismissed now. There is no evidence. There is no probable cause. You do not have the right to tell me I can't go here or go there or be at my only house that I have a right to be at, or leave the state and all the rest of the bull crap orders you judges like to just do traditionally. Like it's okay. It's violating people's human rights. It's violating our constitutional due process. You judges are going to stop this with a class action lawsuit. I'm going to make you guys stop this habit that you're doing. So you might stop it now. Like I said, I'm not. It's not going. You're not going to get away. You're going to get away with violating my due process rights. Telling me I can't be at my house.
I'm done with this matter. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
House to go to anyway. So.
Okay, I'm done.
What is her name? Correct. What is her name?
Okay. Have a good day, Mr. Martin, sir.
All right.
Take care. All right, we're done. Thank you, officer. Take care.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
Okay, so what you've seen here is another example. When they don't get their way, now they want to sue the judge. They always want to sue the judge when they don't get their way. They always want to sue the judge when they don't get their way. This is the last video of the day. Then I have a document I want you. It's only one page. And then we're going to wrap it up. Shout out to everybody that's in the building. Shout out to everybody that's still here. You know, once again, if you're still here, then there's no doubt in my mind that
you're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
Shout out to TikTok. Shout out to YouTube. Y'all been in the building for 4 hours. That's how we do it. Now, this is a tenant case. Not so sure. It's kind of going viral already. Came across my timeline. This will be where I'm seeing it for the first time with y'all. Let's get it.
Mabry versus Jessica Williams. The plaintiff and defendant entered into a rental agreement in July of 2025. The defendant has not paid rent for the months of October, November, December, January, and February.
So she got to a rental agreement in July. She had enough money to pay for August and September. Did not pay October, November, December. 4 months so far. That's what we know. So she's been there for 6 months, and 4 out of the 6 she's been in the red. Talking about sleeping comfortable at night.
The total rent due is $8,250, and the total late fees due are $2,085.
Girl, go ahead and move.
That is pursuant to the late fee clause in the rental agreement. The defendant was sent a 3-day notice on November 12th, 2025, to either pay rent or vacate the property, and no rent has been received.
But as you can see, once again, did not vacate the property as well. See?
Okay. Ms. Williams, if you'd like to make a brief opening statement, you're welcome to do that.
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Ms. Pilley, you're welcome to go forward with your case.
Okay, I will call the plaintiff, Connie Mabry.
Okay.
Hi, Ms. Mabry. How are you doing today?
Fine, how are you?
Good. Can you please state your name for the record?
Connie Mabry.
And are you the owner of the property located at 3842 Kensingwood Trace
Yes.
Decatur, Georgia?
Yes.
And how do you own that property? As an individual, an LLC?
Individual owner.
Now, you took this nice young lady, Miss Connie. You done rented a spot for Miss Connie, and you done went 8 months without paying Miss Connie. And you got the nerve to sit there with your head down. Well, you know what? Let me not pass judgment too early. There must be a legal reason why she's not paying.
Okay. Did you rent that property to the defendant?
Yes.
And when did that tenancy begin?
It was July the 1st of 2025.
Was there a written lease agreement?
Yes.
And what was the monthly rent amount?
$1,650.
$1,650. That's it. That's it. Shorty, try $2,450. And 1,650. Try $2,450, shorty.
Okay, great. I am going to share my screen. I'm showing you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit A. Do you recognize this document, Ms. Mabry?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the rental agreement.
Okay. And is this a true and accurate copy of the rental agreement that you entered into with the defendant?
Yes.
Y'all, they blocked it out. They got the screen blurred on its own. I did not do it.
And did both parties sign this lease?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit A.
All right, Ms. Williams, a legal objection to this, to the lease coming into evidence, PA? Ms. Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you just reviewing it or something? Or do you have any legal objection to this document coming into evidence?
Keyword, legal.
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right, PA is admitted. It is the lease.
Now, let me give y'all a quick pointer in case you missed it. That's how you lay a foundation to submit a document for evidence. You bring your document up, you explain what it is, you explain, why is it relevant? Because now the rental agreement lays the foundation. That's the nucleus of the case. So you lay the foundation of it with your witness, ask some questions. Do you recognize this? Recognize this? Is this what it says it is? Yes. And then you ask the judge, Your Honor, I would like to move to enter this as Exhibit 1 or Exhibit A. Some jurisdictions like them numbered, some jurisdictions like them letter. And yes, courts are that nitpicky and nuancey.
Okay.
Can we go back up to the top, please, just so I can see the,
Yes.
Okay. Where's the amount of rent?
The amount of rent is on the last page.
1650. Okay, I see it now. Okay.
So she basically just paid July, August and said, forget you, lady. I'm going to stay here rent free.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Peel.
Ms. Mabry, did the defendant fail to pay rent?
Yes.
The defendant failed to pay rent for the months of October, November, December, January, and February, correct?
That is correct.
And what is the total monthly rent amount?
$1,650.
And as of today, how much rent is owed?
$8,250.
Okay. Now I am going to show you what is listed as Plaintiff's Exhibit B.
And this is one of the dark sides of getting in rental property. Everybody wants to jump in the game. It's a lot of money to be made. But what they don't want to tell you is the dark sides of it. Lost wages. If she got a mortgage on that property, Miss Connie still has to pay that mortgage, even though Miss Williams did not pay. She's still responsible for the upkeep. Some tenants get mad and want to trash the place on their way out. There's some nasty, mean, disgusting tenants out here. So if you think about getting into that, That's why I do the vacation. Because you ain't gonna be in my shit longer than a week anyway. That's why I do, well, 2 weeks. But that's why I do a vacation, because it's in and out, in and out, in and out. I don't want to get into this situation because this is the exact reason. I don't want to pay, I don't want to deal with it. Vacation, you in and out, in and out. But it is what it is.
16. So can I just, while you're doing that, so it's 1650 times 5. Is that where you got that number, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just making sure. Yeah.
Okay, can you see what is listed as plaintiff's exhibit B?
Yes.
Okay, have you seen this document before?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is the 3-day letter notice to vacate if rent is not paid.
Okay, and is this a true and accurate copy of that notice you provided to the defendant?
Yes.
And when was this notice delivered?
November 16th of 2025.
Okay, and how was it delivered?
In person.
Okay. Did the defendant comply with the demand for possession or the payment of rent?
Yes, she signed this form, but she did not pay rent from October forward.
Okay. Your Honor, I move to admit plaintiff's exhibit B. This is a 3-day notice.
Okay, Ms. Williams, do you have any legal objection to exhibit B coming into evidence?
Yes, ma'am. I have received this after I was owed rent on October. When she came, she had also handed me another paper to say that the rent was going to be $18.50 starting January 1st and 2nd.
Okay, so that's not a legal objection to the document itself. I understand you have other information you'd like to present when it's your testimony, but I'm not hearing a legal objection to this coming in. So you can talk about the document if you're saying this is got other, you can say what you need to say when it's your testimony, okay?
Prime example, courts are very clear. Do you legally object the document at hand? Not your defense about a document where she's raising the rent. This is how court is. It's very strict. It's very straight to the point. These are the little in-betweens of court. She did not ask you about the other document. She asked you about this document.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to admit PB over objection, not hearing a legal objection. Could you, you said it was delivered on the 16th of November?
Yes, that's when she signed the signed date is 11/16/2025 in person.
Okay. And where does it say, so it was dated November 12th. When did it say the amount was due to be paid? Let's see here. 3 days after service. Okay. Got it. Okay. And you hand delivered this to her, ma'am?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And she signed it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Ms. Peel. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mabry. Can you see what is listed as plaintiff's exhibit C?
Yes.
Okay, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's the ledger. Can you make it a little larger?
Yeah.
I don't have the document. Yes, it is a.
Okay, so the ledger, you got August 2025 late fees, $105. September 2025 late fees, $405. October rent, $1,650. October late fees, $360. November rent, $1,650. November late fees, $375. December, $1,650. Late fees, $390. Damn. January, $1,650. Late fees, $390. February, $1,650. Late fees through February 9th, $60. Total rent due, $8,250. Total late fees due, $2,085. Total amounts due, $10,335 plus attorney fees and court costs. Sheesh! You got hit with a humdinger.
Ledger of payments due.
Okay. Is this a true and accurate copy of your rental ledger for this tenant?
Yeah, yes.
Does it fairly and accurately reflect the defendant's payment history and the amounts owed?
The amount owed, yes.
Okay. When was the last rent payment received?
It was in September.
Okay. And what was that amount?
She paid it in separate increments because she has a history of not actually paying the payments in full. So I was accepting payments as she was paying them, but the September rent ended up being paid in full. However, there was late fees still from August and September.
Okay. Your Honor, I move to admit plaintiff's exhibit C, that the rental ledger.
So basically, love the optics on how it looked, or it looks like she rented a house. She was pressed to go online. I guarantee you she got pictures online of her in that house. Online, I got a big house. I got a big house. I haven't seen the house, but I'm getting it. Something along those lines. She got in over her head. Looks like she was more important about showing social media that she got her own place. And then it once again got in over her head, fell behind. Then I bet one of her excuses is gonna be something wasn't fixed or something that she did that she ain't like. But I don't think she's gonna have a legal reason why she does not owe over $10,000 to Miss Connie Mabel. You don't do Miss Connie like that, girl. Not Miss Connie.
Ms. Williams, do you have any legal objection to PC coming into evidence?
Yes, ma'am. This is my first time seeing this.
Okay. All right, that's not, okay. Okay, I'll admit PC over objection. Okay, so this is so I'm not this is a running ledger of what's owed, Ms. Mabry?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so August, you're saying there was late fees from
Right.
August, and then September, just late fees, and October rent. Where is the, I mean, this is not like a typical ledger. It doesn't really show, it's not like a running ledger of things like what's owed, what's been paid, when all of that.
It is one of those cheap ledgers that she just typed up. And the lawyer, her lawyer should have told her, nah, you need one of those like QuickBook types or something. It's just typed up.
You have anything like that, or?
It's what's owed because she haven't paid anything since.
Oh,
September.
I see. I see. Right. Okay. So this is just from.
Showing what's due from October through this month, February.
Okay, but okay. So in September.
But Judge, you can kind of understand what the hell is going on. August and September alone is just late fees. God damn, Judge.
She didn't pay anything in October all the way through today's date, but before that she was making payments, but you don't have anything that reflects the payment she was making prior to that?
Yes, that will be in text messages to her, which I have provided to the court. So text messages would show payments, and emails was sent to her confirming what has been paid, what is due. I did a running course of that. So I do have that evidence that was provided to the court. Email submission as well as text messages.
Okay, well, Ms. Peel, I'm gonna let you talk to your client about that.
Okay. Ms. Mabry, have you received any form of payment since filing this action? Any form of rent?
Not since September, no.
Okay. And sitting here today, the defendant owes you $8,250 in unpaid rent.
Yes, ma'am.
And the defendant owes you $2,085 in late fees, which is allowed under the lease, correct?
That is correct, and that was through 2/9. However, late fees continue to add on, but I haven't included those on that particular ledger.
Okay. And is the defendant still in possession of the property?
Yes.
Okay.
Ain't that something? 6 months, ain't get the hell out. You just stand there like you own the mother lover. Ain't that something?
Okay, are you seeking possession of the property?
Yes.
Are you also,
Nah, she's seeking a tour of it. The hell you think?
sorry, go ahead.
Admittedly,
Okay, are you also seeking a money judgment?
yes.
Okay. Your Honor, based on
You done pissed Miss Connie off. Connie want the house and the payments. You done pissed Miss Connie off.
the evidence presented, plaintiff requests a writ of possession and a money judgment in the amount of $10,335 plus $2,500.
Hold on. Who's talk? Hold on. That's not me. Oh. Is that? Oh, that could be. Hold on. Let me refresh. What the hell? The hell's going on with MacBook? Everything is clear on my end. What the hell? Hold on, y'all. So I don't know why I started spinning again. Okay, y'all. So we have technical difficulties with this stupid MacBook. My MacBook it's spinning right now. I don't know why it's spinning. I wanted to finish this. I really wanted to hear what she had to say. Cause yeah, I wanted to hear what she had to say, y'all, but the MacBook is kind of in a spin cycle. So I'm going to go to this document right quick and hopefully yeah. people to have, all right, we back. We are back. For so many people to have that type of mentality, that's some bullshit. And I'm not talking, let me pull the video back up. I'm not talking like legitimate claims. I'm talking like, no, hold on. All right, there we go. So I got to pull it back up. My whole computer, the MacBook just shut down and just restarted. It just restarted. I don't know what the hell happened. But we are back. Thank y'all for riding with the technical difficulties. But yeah, before we finish this, but yeah, man, like that's one of the reasons why I don't like these spaces, man, because it convolutes real legitimate claims to people just trying to avoid accountability and avoid their financial responsibilities. Now, if you got a legitimate claim, you got a legitimate claim. It is what it is. But the fact that people just look for loopholes not to pay, it's not so much of the fact that they're doing it per se. It's the mindset that comes with it. It gives off of vibes that nobody could do business with you. You're never going to hold up your end. Like nobody could trust you. You're untrustworthy. But they think that all is cool because you're just asserting your rights. This is why these spaces are dangerous. Not only are they teaching you not how to not be financially responsible and accountable, they're actually teaching you how to commit fraud. They're teaching you how to throw bricks at the penitentiary, all under the guise of asserting your rights. You know how many people from these spaces have went to jail, went to prison behind this stuff? It's not no game.
You $2,085 in late fees, which is allowed under the lease, correct? We're through February rent. That has not
Okay,
been.
so 7 days from today would be the 25th. So it would really be rent through October 25th. So it'd be 1,650 times 4. $6,600. And then let's see.
Oh, and those sovereign citizen claims don't work in landlord tenant cases because this really boils down to did you pay and did you not? Landlord tenant cases, the courts, the way it's set up, they're leaning more sides on the landlord unless there's, reasons for them not to be able to collect. But in many cases, they're going to get that judgment against you. Not saying it'll happen here because we got to see how it goes, but
The monthly rent is $1,650.
Yes.
Divided by 28 for February. I've got $58.92 per day. That's going to be times 25. $1,473. So I've got 6,600 plus 1,473. That's $8,073. So that's what the rent I have through February 25th.
Could you repeat that amount again?
8,073. So I've got 4 times 1,650, which is for October, November, December, and January, and that is $6,600. 25 days in February, which is I got $58.92 per day. So 25 times $58.92 is $1,473. Add those two together, I have $8,073 even.
Okay.
Okay. And in terms of the late fee for dispossessories, we typically cap those at 10% in terms of late fees. So that's going to be
that. I was thinking that too. I said her late fees are kind of high as hell. I was wondering to see if the judge is going to get on that, but yeah.
10% at, so times 0.1, that's $807.03.
Key thing, just in case you missed it. So her contract says as the late fees, but the state kind of caps late fees. And if your contract that you sign goes above what the state caps it off, that doesn't mean you've waived that argument. Just like certain interest rates, they go above. Many states say, regardless if they agree to, they can't waive. This is public policy. They can't waive that. So that's always good in those circumstances.
8073. That's $8,880.30. So that's my calculation. Is there anything else you guys are seeking?
No, Your Honor, just the writ of possession.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any other questions? We can stop sharing the screen now if you'd like. Ms. Peel, do you have any other questions for your client?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Williams, this is now your opportunity. Again, you're going to testify in a moment. Okay. So that's not what this is. So if you want to ask Ms. Mabry questions on cross-examination, you can do that now. Again, this is time for questioning. Once you've done that, if you choose to, you don't have to. If you choose, you'd rather just go into your own testimony, you can do that. But if you do have questions for Ms. Mabry, you can ask her some questions now. But just remember, it's questions. And then later you can go into your testimony and you can talk about all the, whatever you need to talk about related to the case. But in terms of questioning, you can ask her questions now if you choose to.
Your Honor, it's been like fighting tooth and nail to speak to Ms. Connie. I'd rather not.
Okay, so you don't want to ask her any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Ms. Williams, then if you're not going to ask her any questions across, it will go to you. You can now testify on your own behalf, present whatever evidence you have ready for the courts. And then when you're finished, Ms. Peel may have some questions for you.
At the moment, I don't have anything to show.
What? So you owe Dan a 10 clip. You don't want to answer no questions, and you ain't got nothing to show. But you sitting on there with Aunt Sally Mae's knitted hat on your head, and you ain't got nothing to say? You disappoint me.
Today, but I do have evidence, and I thank you for telling me up the balance. That's what I've been going through for the past 3 years that I have been here.
So you don't want to present any evidence or testify on your own behalf right now?
No, ma'am. I don't want to proceed anymore. I don't want to sign anything. I don't want to go through anything. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You understand this is the hearing and they'll be issuing an order at the end of the hearing. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. All right. Based on
what?
The evidence presented today, I will find in favor of the plaintiff in the amount of $8,880.30 in terms of a money judgment, and the writ will be available for the landlord to apply for in 7 days from today, which is 11:59 p.m. on February 25th. So that will be the order of the court, unless you guys.
Girl, do you understand what's happening? I don't think she fully understands. I think she thinks she can come back later. You don't want to say nothing?
Have any questions about that? You are all free to go. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Would you like me to prepare that order, or are you?
I'll go ahead and I'll do it.
Okay,
All right.
great.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ain't no goddamn way. Ain't no goddamn way. She just, that's it? Oh my God. I'm so disappointed in that. I thought they was going, shit. Man. I thought, man. Girl, you don't go on somewhere wasting everybody's time. Now, it's a document from that case, that brother that was in the green argued. So, in this case, a person cited Mello versus US. Looks like one of them old cases. Once jurisdiction is challenged, the court cannot proceed when it clearly appears that the court lacks jurisdiction. The court has no authority to reach merits, but rather should dismiss the case. Once jurisdiction is challenged, the court cannot proceed when it clearly appears that the court lacks jurisdiction. That context right there. Meaning, if there's no appearance that the court lacks jurisdiction, then the courts can proceed. And this is what I mean. They'll cite these cases by they never read the cases that they cite in court, y'all. They never read them. They got a whole sovereign citizen case package that you just slap on your documents. It clearly says, when it clearly appears that the court lacks jurisdiction, the court has no authority to reach merits, but rather should dismiss the action. That's not, once jurisdiction is challenged, the court cannot proceed at all. Here's another one. And once again, the case law cited here in the second case, Polygon Northwest versus NPS Development, like they're like, that's what I'm saying. They're all over the place with their case citations because they never cite cases that's dealing directly in their jurisdiction. These are totally separate cases from totally different jurisdictions. That's one of the indicators that you're dealing with a sovereign citizen or a rookie pro se litigant. Because let's say they're in Texas, they'll add cases from Michigan, Idaho, Nebraska, New Hampshire, Nebraska, New York, California, New Jersey. They'll have all those cases in their state Texas case. And none of those case laws outside of Texas is binding nor will determine any outcome in the case. So it says, the court ruled an order or judgment is void, not really voidable, if the trial court lacks subject matter jurisdiction. See, this is all based on the fact that the record proves that the judge ain't have it. None of this helps that person that cited Mello earlier. Burt and Gordon versus Stein. It was an abuse of discretion for a court to refuse to set aside a void judgment. 1994. Like, once again, in that brother's case, they were just at arraignment, pretrial. There was no, you see how they cite case law? I'm telling you, many people, your gurus, a lot of them in these spaces, they don't have the experience to effectively research accurate and authoritative case law. There is an art to that. Researching case law outside of people that went to law school is one of the most daunting tasks for pro se litigants. It's not something that you can just wake up and start doing. There are a lot of factors that goes in. The elements of the case, the procedural posture of the case, what jurisdiction you're in. Some of us may be in jurisdictions where they're mortgage lender friendly. Some may be in a jurisdiction where they're not so mortgage lender friendly. But regardless if they was or not, authoritative case law is authoritative case law. And if you're not citing accurate, relevant, authoritative case law to support your factual allegations, you're going to be in for a rude awakening in court. Now, the complaint did not contain a note endorsed to plaintiffs, declaration, testimony, trustee appointments, proof of consideration, evidence of default, nor proof of MERS of agency relationship. Now, right after that, where's the case law to support? See, you said that, but where's it leading to? She said that, but there's no connection from the claims and to the case law to support what they're trying to say. So what she said was the complaint did not contain a note endorsed the plaintiff's declaration, testimony, trustee appointments, proof of consideration, evidence of default, nor proof of MERS' agency relationship. Courts, let's say we're in Virginia. Virginia courts have consistently held that if a plaintiff wants to foreclose on a mortgage, they must see this person versus this. Case citations. See also, I had another case there, another case there, and another case there to back it up. And then I would have closed off that. See what I'm saying? Structuring your complaints. I'm looking at this argument right here, and it's a rookie complaint. And it's one of the biggest traps people fall in. They word their motions, reading it like they're writing a manifesto, like they're writing a novel. And it's all about what the other side did, But even in their factual allegations, they never really have any case law to back it up. Can you imagine these people trying to find case law to back up their frivolous claims? None exists. And then when you're filing motions, this is another thing that pro se litigants don't do, that professionals do. Where's your proposed order attached to your motion? So if the judge grants your motion, they can sign the proposed order. Can you imagine what these people's proposed orders would be? I order you to send me all my money from my Social Security trust fund. A whole bunch of frivolous stuff that the judge is not going to grant. In denying defendant summary judgment, Judge DeHoog stated who cannot conclude defendant was entitled to prevail as a matter of law on any theory advanced in her motion. Requesting a second hearing on plaintiff's summary judgment, Judge DeHoog asked counsel for request. Not allowing further filings from defendant, Judge DeHoog's questions and one address on the period were the issues throughout the litigation and within. So it's the only document I got. But the jurisdiction part is the one that hits me because he took that case out of context. Once jurisdiction is challenged, the court cannot proceed when it clearly appears that the court lacks jurisdiction. So them citing Mello meant nothing. And this is what I mean. I can hold a class just solely on structuring a complaint. What needs to be in there, how it needs to read, all the elements of the court rules that you have to satisfy. All of those things. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in to the New Culture Empire. Stand by for the outro, and I will catch you on the next one. ThomasLegacy603@gmail.com. And all day, I dropped the ball today, y'all. I ain't have my banners up at all. I am ipping, bipping, and tripping. But ThomasLegacy603@gmail.com. I know it got it somewhere up in here. All inquiries regarding the Supreme Elite Team University, which tomorrow we will go into class 4 of the Supreme Elite Team University. Class 3 was a banger. If you're interested in joining Supreme Elite Team University, send an email at thomaslegacy603.com. For more specialized services, you can send an inquiry. We'll let you know if it's something that we deal with or not. And all prices are available upon request. Yeah, upon request.
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby, folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume, war stories in the fine lines.
I'm a teacher.
Accounting is strictly regulatory and investor related. And this is why, I warn people by strictly trying to use accounting as a legal defense. Because when you use accounting as a legal defense without understanding its true functions and how it's measured and its mechanisms, you will run into major issues when trying to assert your accounting defense. As a matter of fact, an accounting should never be used as a legal defense. And when we get to the court section of Set U, you're going to understand why all this is going to tie together. You will understand why I'm saying do not use accounting as a legal defense.
What's going on before we want to get to the debt? You have to understand how they see it, how they operate. Once we understand how they operate, you'll realize that in many cases, the debt that they're already trying to collect from you is a debt that they already. A lot of the balances, look at your contracts, they remain in balance. It's never what's actually booked. You ever looked on TILA, page 2 of your contract? You ever notice that the itemization, that number is always low, and then when you get to the finance charge, it's always a bigger number? Isn't the finance charge supposed to be disclosed? The items of the finance charge supposed to be disclosed on TILA? But it's on page 2 or whatever the page, your itemization. It's always some amounts paid to others on your behalf. It's always a low number. But then you look back at your finance charge, when you subtract that low number from the finance charge, you be like, well, where the rest of this money at?
Break it off another hot explosive mix.
They studying the source now. Supreme Elite.
You're rocking with the best.
Came on reading numbers, they were reading memes. We was reading fire, planning out the dream. Turn every late fee in the case law heat. Judge bang gavel, he don't skip a beat. They like how you flip stress.
You're rocking with the best.
How you turn the laws in the last check.
Gotcha, bitch.
Thomas took notes, broke codes, then he proved it. Now the classroom global and the language fluid. Thomas is the blueprint. Write that in the sky, let the crew print.
You're rocking with the DJ that keeps the hits coming.
He designed the way we move our 2 cents. Whipping up, he got sauce in my hand. She rolling the dice, got luck in that van. Smoking that leaf, going global stand. On my wrist like a stage, I can't glance. You look like you wanna let go straight. What's up? I thought so, okay. I'm back in this symphony, stuck on the band. What's up?
We're about to take it back.
Gotcha, bitch.
You're rocking with the best.
Put a 30 to the semi and shoot it. Put a stand on the Glock and just use it. It's gonna be a headshot, we aim at your medulla. I got on my jewelry on, so I ain't tryna be a brawler. So we gon' shoot like a hooper. Hop in the car, put it in turbo mode.
You're rocking with the DJ that keeps the hits coming.
I might just get a club. Hop in the car, put it in turbo mode. I might do 200, I might do the whole dash. I might just crash a whip, I ain't have to pay for it. I might just kill the club. Put it in turbo mode, I might do 200, I might do the whole dash, I might just crash a whip, might have to pay for it, I might just kill the club. Hop in the car, put it in turbo mode, I might do 200, I might do the whole dash, I might just crash a whip, might have to pay for it, I might just kill the club. I'm on the stage, I'm lit, it's turned up. They see my ice, I'm lit, I do it all the time, all my life on the line. Shorty be acting real shy, she wanna show me or she wanna slide. Hop in the back of the ride, they look in my eyes, it's demon time. Like, do you wanna ride with me?
Gotcha, bitch.
Are you down to die for me? Are you down to die for me? Do you wanna ride with me? Shorty, you mine.
You're rocking with the best.
Gotcha, bitch.
Come for a ride. Hop in the back of the ride. Hop in the girl, you thick. Girl, you thick. Hit you from the deep. She ain't got a man. Baby, you can leave. Damn. Baby, you can leave. Damn. Girl, you damn. Girl, you thick. Hit you from the deep. She ain't got a man. Baby, you can leave. Damn. Baby, you can leave. Damn. Girl, you damn. Girl, you thick. Hit you from the deep. She ain't got a man. Baby, you can leave. Damn. Baby, you can leave.
This is the
This is the new culture empire. You are rock with the Supreme Elite University.
The attorney for credit acceptance with the case, the lawsuit, I called him up after we settled, just to let him know when I got the title, and I've been texting him because I'm trying to get him to be a part of the professional team. I actually have like real live professionals in these fields that got extensive years of professional that I'm in cahoots with. Mr. Gamble, how you doing, sir? Hey, nice talking to you. I just wanted to let you know personally, I appreciate your help with the matter of resolving this with credit acceptance. I did receive the title. Just wanted to give you a thank you, man. I appreciate your hard work, man.
I'm glad we were able to work it out.
Yes.
And, you were a big part of that process too. So.
Yeah.
I never heard of that.
Promissory note. The note you signed for your mortgage. What do they call it?
Oh, seems like from the orders that I've seen, it's still called a note that's not supposed to be bifurcated from the deed. It's still called those things.
There you go, right there, bro. We're on two different levels, bro. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
But if I was to get into the mindset of criminals,
because you came up here like lightweight trying to check me on my credentials, and you don't even know it from a professional level. See, this is the difference between me and you. I know things you don't even know exist.
I'm answering with procedural language instead of the banker's language that I spoke about earlier.
Internally, if you live in that world, you know all of them do it. This is the difference.
If I was to speak on...
Let me tell you this, hold on. I'll let you get the mic back. This is the difference in how you will argue and the way I will argue. Because the name, what they do, the new name it takes on, the new ways they move around, that all plays a role in a consumer claim. Knowing the game from their field. And this is why I really don't like doing these things, because everybody I come across, they act like they know it all, but when it gets to the top level, professional level, they have no clue of that realm. I operate from that realm. I don't operate from TikTok consumer level consumer claims. I operate from a corporate professional realm, bro. In real life. Real life. So, respectfully, bro, there's nothing more for me and you to talk about. You don't even know that answer. I really don't even want to talk to you about anything else no more. I'm respectfully, bro. There's really nothing for us to talk about no more. You don't come on my channel trying to G-check me and you don't know what I know. Don't try to G-check me. You're supposed to know the answer.
According to your conversation with your friend, the attorney, what we go over in group is right in line with the legal standards and the professionalism on how it has to look and what you need to know when you attack those people.
The words that he used was, "You're going about it standard operating procedures."
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby, folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume with stories in the fine lines.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.